don't have the backdrop with us.
So can I mail you now so that you can put that backdrop at your back, right?
Sure, that's possible.
Yeah, Karan will send you in a while.
Sure.
Karan, backdrop. Yeah, we'll be starting in 5-10 minutes, right?
Yeah, sure. We can start when the participants are ready.
हो नहीं है ये कैसे यही है यहाँ पे दिख रहा है यहाँ पे खुद नहीं ना हाइड कर रहा है आप भी देखिए इस पे हमारा दिखता है ना सॉरी मैं वो कुछ और उनको जितने की गए थे जी उनको भर्ती करेंगे नहीं नहीं हम यहाँ से लगा देंगे वहाँ शेयर हो जाएगा तो अपने पीछे बैकग्राउंड बनाएंगे तो जूम पे जब हम सेव करेंगे ना तो आ जाएगी सब जब इंक्लूड करने की जरूरत नहीं जब वो बोल रहे होंगे तो पीछे ना देखिए अगर वो स्लाइड शेयर जब करेंगे तब तो स्लाइड शेयर करेंगे तो बैकड्रॉप हटानी पड़ेगी एक ही चीज रहेगी
अरे ऐसे मैं बता रहा हूँ देखो ये डाउनलोड करा हाँ? मैं आपको करके दिखा देता हूँ यही है
स्लाइड शेयर करने से पहले लेटर से बैकड्रॉप बोलते हैं उतने में वो बैकड्रॉप दिखेगा तो फोटो आ जाएगी विद बैकड्रॉप
हाँ
उसके बाद वो स्लाइड शेयर करेंगे बैकड्रॉप हट जाएगा समझिए ना ये बता
ये ऐसे रहेगा मैम देखो जैसे वहां पे कर रहा था ना ब्लॉग में ऐसे रहेगा जैसे ही
वो 5 मिनट नहीं को
हाँ, ये
हमारी कॉन्फ्रेंस में
ये आ
बैठे
गया, इसको
हाँ।
इसलिए
ठीक ठीक ठीक
ठीक है
इसको
जैसे भी उनके
पीपीटी पे
backdrop
फुल
के
कर
पीछे
देना,
आए।
पीपीटी बना के फुल कर
Thanks, Karan, for sharing the backdrop. Could you please check if it's fine?
चलाना उनका वीडियो
उनको वीडियो दिखाना। मैम वुड रिक्वेस्ट टू प्लीज ऑन योर कैमरा।
Yeah, my camera is on, and the backdrop is now. I put the background.
या मैम इट्स फाइन, थैंक यू।
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Karan.
Supriya, we would have loved that you should have come to India for this session.
We are so missing it very badly, and apologies for my voice. This is the maximum that I could recover in 2, 3 days. So
Yeah.
had to badly miss it because of an health issue. I
Right.
really apologize for that.
No,
And
no,
for
it's
thank
okay.
you so much for the last minute adjustments.
No, it's okay. It's okay. And thank you so much for joining online. And it's our privilege to have you. And we wish you very speedy recovery to you and your son, right?
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you.
The students are just gathering. Another 2, 3 minutes, we'll start, right?
Yeah, sure.
Hi, Karan. Can I please check, my background is also fine?
Yes, ma'am, it seems fine. It's
Thank
fine.
you.
Settle down, beta, quickly. We are waiting for the students to settle up to start the session.
हमारी इनकमिंग आउटगोइंग हो रही है, बाकी मीडिया की स्पीड है, दोनों स्क्रीन की रिपोर्ट की जाए।
Settle down quickly, beta.
Sit. Uh, Dr. Soni? Okay, I think we'll start. A very good morning and a very warm welcome to the second day of the International Conference on Business Transformation for Sustainable Entrepreneurship and Value Creation. I welcome ladies and gentlemen, girls and boys present here, everyone today. On behalf of the School of Amity College of Commerce and Finance, the questions here in mind of everyone present here today is are AI tools reliable for research? Can we improve efficiency or reduce errors by using AI tools in research? And we are here to present a workshop on essential tools, AI tools for research. And this is in the resource people for the conference here today. We have Dr. Soni Srijit, Business Pathway Coordinator, Middlesex University, Dubai, and Dr. Supriya Kethari, Senior Lecturer, Middlesex University, Dubai. I welcome on behalf of the entire team here, both of you today here. Let me quickly introduce you both. Dr. Soni, she is an accomplished academic and professional with extensive expertise in human resource management, general management, and sustainability, currently serving as a lecturer in Middlesex University, Dubai. She is also the International Foundation Program Business Pathway Coordinator, overseeing the academic and administrative aspects of the program. She holds a fellowship with the Higher Education Academy and is an associate member of the Chartered Institute of Personnel and Development, associate CIPD, with a solid academic background. Her teaching philosophy combines theoretical knowledge with practical insights, ensuring an engaging and impactful learning experience for the students. Passionate about sustainability and conservation, she has a foundational background in zoology and founded the Biodiversity and Wildlife Conservation Club at the university in Dubai. Through this initiative, she also fosters awareness, builds partnerships with conservation experts, and leads students in real-world projects aimed at promoting environmental sustainability in the entire UAE. In addition to teaching and conservation efforts, she also actively collaborates with industry partners, designs innovative curricula, and mentors students for academic and professional success. With a focus on creating dynamic learning environments, she emphasizes leveraging technology, including AI, to enhance research, teaching, and learning outcomes. Her key areas of expertise are HR and general management, sustainability, conservative initiatives, curriculum design and academic coordination, student mentorship, and professional development, AI integration in education and research, community engagement, and industry collaboration. We welcome you, ma'am, here to the conference today. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Thank you for this elaborated intro. I'm very much looking forward to this session, and thanks again.
Okay. Dr. Supriya is currently serving as a senior lecturer in the business school at the Middlesex University Dubai campus itself. She also heads the MA International Business Management program. She brings extensive professional experience in the field of data analytics and quantitative methods. She has led numerous corporate training sessions in the area of business analytics and data visualization. Prior to joining this university, she completed her doctor's studies at the Indian Institute of Management, Kozhikode. Her research interests span e-governance, user technology readiness, and data analytics, with special interests in quantitative research and business analytics. Dr. Supriya has published her research in various highly ranked peer-reviewed journals such as Technological Forecasting and Social Change, Journal of Systems and IT, and Journal of Applied Research in Higher Education. I welcome you on behalf of the entire team here, Dr. Supriya, today.
Thank you so much for the wonderful introduction, and thank you so much for all the hospitality and help that you guys provide. I would like to thank the entire ICACCF organizing team and the student volunteers for the assistance. And apologies before we start the session for not being able to be in person because of some health issues. And thank you for understanding and moving this session online. Thank you so much for the help. Sorry.
You, Dr. Supriya. And also, the questions in mind of everyone present here today is in the room that can we use effectively AI tools for research and how? So now I hand it over to Dr. Soni first to take us through the essential tools that we can use using AI and how effectively can we do research using them. Thank you. Over to you, Dr. Soni.
Thank you so much. Okay, first of all, let me answer that question. AI tools, can we completely rely on AI tools? We are yet to figure it out. The thing is that I would recommend, so personally, I would recommend these AI tools. This is not a complete replacement of what we have been doing in the traditional research methods. For example, we look into Web of Science and Scopus indexed papers, and that's how we uses the correct article and the journals and all of those. So we are going to give this workshop. We are just going to share some insights into what kind of a AI tool we can rely, but again, not 100%, but something that helps us to kickstart with the work and also gives us a little bit of time management, saving some time. These are the kind of main purpose of using these AI tools. So we planned this session in a way that Dr. Supriya will start off, and then I'll be joining halfway through. So I'm handing it over to Dr. Supriya first, and then, I'll be sharing my insights in the second half. Thank you. Supriya.
Hi, thank you, Soni. Hi, everyone. Welcome to the session. Before I start, I just wanted to confirm if the slide is visible to everyone.
Yes, ma'am, the slides are visible.
Thank you. So you started with a very tricky and interesting question, I would say. How reliable that is, because we have seen with AI tools, the main challenge that we see is how much we understand, or how do we know, how do we evaluate the authenticity, accuracy of the results that it provides to us, right? So we would like to start with that particular aspect itself. And one more question. So just wanted to understand the audience profile. How many of the audience are there are students, maybe?
The audience is faculty members, students, some students, and the research scholars.
Okay, amazing. Thank you so much. So why I started with the question is that, like, sometimes we see our students relying a lot on AI tools, even for things like writing emails. So, or in some cases, in all of us. So generating images, it could be any of that. So our focus in this session is to maybe look at various tools, sorry, available for generating ideas, looking at the papers, summarizing, or getting a detailed overview of a research topic. So we'll touch base on different phases, but just as a start, what is the first AI tool that we might all have seen extensively in terms of like content generation? So generative AI is the main focus, and we have all talking about tools that can generate some content for you, be it text or image or video or like summary of something. And what is the first thing that comes to your mind when I talk about generative AI?
Ma'am, the
Any
first
maybe?
that comes to our
Yeah,
mind when we talk about generative AI is ChatGPT, because that is what is the most popular, and we keep using ChatGPT. But of course, there are some issues.
exactly. Thank you so much. I wanted that answer to begin with. Yes, it's mostly what we have seen as a first tool is ChatGPT. And we have seen the platform growing, like the ChatGPT when it was released 2 years ago, how the platform used to interact in terms of giving us the answers to our prompts. And now the kind of results that we get, the improvement in the answers that it generates. We have seen that. A lot of other tools that we use are also something integrated now on GPT, like DALI for image generation. Or we have seen a lot of other tools, like, for example, Midjourney. So now, for example, if we are looking or we are at a junction of AI where we have seen a lot of these tools evolving, it's not required for the users to know any technical details to use the tool. And also at the same time, as a user, it's our responsibility in terms of understanding the accuracy of the tool, first evaluating the accuracy. So in journal papers, now there are clear instructions in some, not in all, but at least the journals are started to put disclaimers and instructions on the correct use of AI or generative AI according to the journal's practices. So we have seen some papers with ChatGPT as an author, as we have seen here. Or you can be very innovative. That's one thing that I like about these platforms. Something that require you to maybe spend hours of time earlier. Now it gets more efficient. I won't say effective completely, but at least efficiency, reduction in time to complete a task. Yes, we can't imagine Burj Al Arab, one of the iconic landmarks in Dubai, to be covered in snow. But just giving DALI or Midjourney, these are different tools for image generation. A prompt on, yes, I want to see this image. So we have seen this all. So the question is, which one works better when it comes to research? GPT, we have seen there are a lot of limitations on GPT when it comes to like, for example, answering academic or research related questions. So we have started with that particular aspect of GPT where the citation, the references that it gives are like fake references. Now, yes, that's getting better, but still, is that the best way that we do research? I would say no. Why? Because the research also involves your learning process. So understanding, or like, for example, how do you get that knowledge generation? So, sorry again. What we would like to do in this session is to touch base on various tools, but based on the research timeline. So we have like a lot of tools available. So instead of going behind the tool, it would be a best practice to start with what tools do you have? No, but start with the problems you have. So check on, like, for example, one of the challenges that I always face is the start of my research journey. So if I have to talk about the main papers, or if I have to understand what are the main papers that I need to rely on, if I need to see what are the connected papers, how do I come up with maybe 20 key papers in my area, so that I start with those 20 papers, develop my research questions, refine my research questions to continue. So that's one stage where it takes a lot of time for me as a person, as a researcher. So maybe what I could do, if I find tools that can give me something like a map of these papers, especially when it comes to interdisciplinary research and interdisciplinary areas. So kind of shows me, yes, from this discipline, these are the key papers. From another one, these are the key papers. And these are the key papers, a third set that talks about a mix of these. So that might kind of reduce my time. But again, I need to validate whether these search results are accurate, authentic. These are the existing ones. Yes, that would be something that we have to do. But always start with our challenges. What problems are we facing? And then see if there is a tool that can be used to fix that problem. We don't go the reverse, like mapping the tool to the problem, but we have a problem and then see what tool is available to do this or to ease this task for me. Then I also see the accuracy of the result. We'll try to see how do we measure. So this is, I would say, like a crowd effort. So most of the time, so what we do as a practice in the university is to have regular sessions. We call it like research seminar sessions or the quality cafe sessions, where we try to interact with each other, have constant discussions on like these are the new tools that I am experimenting. I find this one interesting. And then we kind of have a discussion on the tools, and we also share this with the students. So that's something that we use as a practice so that we all see, get updated, and we can actually benefit from others' knowledge. So in some cases, what sorry. So in some cases, what happens is the timeline or the context. So this is something that I've experienced in GPT. I might be asking, so now it's getting better, but still I don't use GPT for anything related to research because I feel that it doesn't understand the context, or it's mostly meant for more casual way of writing, or it's not meant for like looking at the research or aggregating. So going for the context, whether it's giving me the correct timeline if I'm searching for papers, does it give me options to filter? Does it give me options to look for specific areas, citations, like for example, Web of Science or Scopus Index if I am searching for journals, articles. So I get these features. So going for generative AI tools, this can be used as like a good database or a good source of like good source of research information. So what we are trying to do in the session is to just go through some of these pipelines, like all the phases. So the first thing, we focus on the research questions, the brainstorming phase is the hardest phase, I would say. Like start with an idea. You have to first of all understand, is it something novel, practical, feasible? Is it something that makes sense? Is it worth to explore this particular area? So sometimes it could be very interdisciplinary in nature. I could be knowing a lot of articles in one area, but the other area, maybe assume I am trying to understand the determinants or the indicators of, like, for example, psychological disorders through tweet that the users put on various platforms. So I could be good with, like, for example, the tweets, how do I extract it, analyze it? But looking at the psychological dimensions, maybe that's not my area. So then understanding what are the various dimensions, how do I measure it? So it requires a lot of understanding on key papers in that. Then coming to the literature review part. So you're trying to start with the first two areas. So I'll start with the first two areas here. So if I'm in the early stage of my research, like focusing on getting those key papers in that particular area and doing a literature review on that area. So how do I find maybe some key articles? So how do I narrow down my results? So that's the first thing. Like, for example, this is something that I would like to show. Imagine I have one key paper. It's not like a citation tree, but it shows me similar papers. So I put a particular topic and, or I put a particular paper, for example. This is one paper that I'm reading, which I know is relevant to my research. Then imagine you can see all other papers which are related to this. So I am starting with, like, for example, here, this is my paper. I put it in a system. And I want to see the papers, other articles linked to it, maybe cited by this paper or the paper, the other papers which are citing it. It could be any of that. So then it creates like notes. So let's see some of the applications. So it's just to give you like an overview of what we want to cover from this particular session. But now we'll just try to see some hands-on or some examples of the tools that we generally use. So before I move to the tool part, just want to ask the audience if you have any comments, any questions so far. So right now, I'll just move to one of the tools that can be used for the early research phase. questions, anybody till now? Okay, Supriya, okay. Thank you. I'll wait till the time the screen is loading. Okay. I hope the screen is visible to everyone now. So, yeah, thank you. So, consensus is the name of this tool. I would say like it's a mix of like Google Scholar. We also use Scholar for getting the results on various search queries. Like a Scholar, like when it's met with maybe GPT. Assume like for each paper, without you reading the entire paper, you get a summary, or you get to see the, like for example, whether it's a quantitative study or qualitative study, where was the sample taken from? So assume like you get a summary of the paper before you start reading it. So let's start searching some of the topics or domains here. So any students in the audience, do you want to give me a topic that you would like to search? It could be any topic that you want to use for your research, like it could be interdisciplinary in nature. I'll just give an example, something like the impact of extensive social media usage on mental health. Suppose like it's looking at social media usage and mental health. So something similar to that. So, or something that you want to explore. Like if you are keen on a topic and you want to see what are the papers in that area. Any suggestion?
Potential dark side of entrepreneurs in India.
Okay, great. Now with the Shark Tank and everything, I think entrepreneurship is very popular, and I can see a lot of good entrepreneurial ventures from very young people as well. Potential dark side of entrepreneurship. Mm. So I'm going for this search here. So I'm just clicking on the search. I'm just waiting for the results. So I just want to also mention before I talk about the result. Now I have a free account. I don't have a paid account. So in the free account, there is a limitation on how many times I can do a search like in a day or in a month. Yeah, most of the free tools have this issue. So that's the only thing with some of the good tools. The free account have limitations on the usage, but the pro account is very good when it comes to like unlimited use features. So what I have, you can see is a trial of a pro version, but I haven't upgraded yet. I have an option to upgrade for unlimited, but this is the free version I have. Sorry. So as you can see here, this is the screen of result. So it first talk about what is entrepreneurship, like a little bit background on like, yes, the regular introduction that we see. Then we kind of see here the various is organized according to like different subsections. We are talking about the dark side here, environmental concerns. These are the things mentioned in the paper. And here, whatever it gives in the citation, yes, mostly I haven't seen like any incorrect papers or papers which don't exist being quoted. Like maybe, but this is something that we have to at least make sure that is right. So it kind of gives you an overview of the domain. I'm still not saying that this can replace the human decision making or intelligence when it comes to doing a research. That's a disclaimer. Sorry. I want to put here. But this is something, suppose I'm not an entrepreneur, I didn't have any research in this area yet, But yet, suppose assume I'm involved in a group which is doing this research project. So I want to understand. So before I start my research, I want to understand what are the key issues, potential issues, challenges, and what are the key papers in this area. So a very good tool when in terms of like in the initial phases to increase your knowledge and awareness in a domain. So then it talks about like socioeconomic challenges. What could be these issues? So you're talking about the first part is just a summary. I wouldn't say that summary is the best part of this tool. So what I like about this tool is this one. These are the papers. So you can see here, 1, 2, 3. These are the papers here. So you can see, you can extend. So you can load more results as well as we see in Google Scholar, like page 1, page 2. It gets loaded in one page. That's the only thing. But if you look at the paper here, we see here an option for study snapshot. So in the free version, you have a limitation on how many free snapshots you can see in a day. Like snapshot means a summary. So I can see here is a location of this paper. It's based in India. So the data is from India and method is mostly comprehensive review. So I can see it's a highly cited. So that's something I see here. And like for example, so the next one, youth entrepreneurship in Indian scenario. So again, I can go for, so I have now 9 left for the snapshot. So again, I'll just try to see the snapshot. I can see one of, so this is again not showing like a many. Now in some it shows completely because if it's like a very good paper, like in some it shows only a limited set of the attributes. So in some of these it shows like, yes, at least the method it shows is a review paper, or you can also see here is a review on the search result itself. It's a literature review, or if it's not. So you can try to understand the structure of the paper, or at least the main details of the paper through this. So you can try to understand here. So again, in this particular field, maybe there are not many studies. So you will see that also impacting the search results a bit. So you can see that some 0 citations, 2 citations, you can see that as well. So if I go for something like, I'll go for another one, social media usage and mental health. So you can see again, like a summary is still loading. So it's looking at these papers, trying to give you various subsections. What could be the potential issues? So you can find sometimes, this is one thing I like. So inconsistent findings. Sometimes we'll say that we always find that as researchers, like one paper say that this has a positive impact, another paper says that this has a negative impact. Now, what stance do I take? So like it shows what are the papers that takes, like for example, these different perspectives. So I'm now looking at the papers here. Now see, it's a meta-analysis, it's a rigorous journal, highly cited. I look at the details here. I can see the method, what are the outcomes. So the results of this paper, it indicates maybe life satisfaction, esteem, depression, loneliness. These are some of the outcomes of social media usage. So results, it indicates problematic social media use correlates with social media, or like social media usage correlates with depression and illness. So similarly for each paper, at least you can see that snapshot for this entire thing. But I also want to just show you this one. We have an option for filter. So like in the Scholar, we filter for the years. So here also, suppose I want to see everything published since 2020. I also have these options. I like these ones. Suppose I want to focus only on, for example, this is my initial phase. I want to understand all these detailed studies, which are like meta-analysis, or like, for example, experiments, or maybe surveys, with real data. So I can also specify, for example, what's my minimum sample size required. So these journals, domains I can specify. I have an option to specify any particular domain if I want, and also country. Now, imagine now I want to compare two countries. So I can just focus on those two. So these are the options I like in this particular tool. So it kind of refines the results for you to fit your requirements. So now I'm not restricting to any country. I'm just restricting to type of the research, the study type, and the duration. So I apply the filter. Now I can see everything is getting updated. My results, my summary, so what are the papers here? So all these things are now easily available. Yeah, so that's why I told you like this is a good tool when it comes to understanding that key papers and these papers which are like matching with what you require. So this you can do with other tools available as well, but the amount of time you might take would be a little more. So that's the only difference. But yes, a good tool when it comes to brainstorming, doing literature review, understanding the key papers, all of that. So any questions, anyone on this particular tool? Has anyone used consensus before?
Hello. No, ma'am, we haven't
Hi.
used consensus ever before.
Okay, yeah, but do you find it at least something could be worthy to explore?
Yes, ma'am, it's kind of useful. It's gonna be kind of useful.
Yeah, thank you. So this could be something, yes, again, like a place where you can start easily. So something that gives you a little bit more refined search result. At least when you start, this is easier when you are brainstorming, creating the research objectives, you are refining your research questions. So that's my take on consensus. But yes, Pro version has a lot of other features, and like in terms when you upgrade to premium, so you get to export the results, the search results in different formats, download. These options are available in the Pro version, but whatever I showed today is only a free version of the tool. So I would like to just stop here for this particular part. And now I would like to hand over to Sony for the rest of the session. So thank you, everyone, and I'll come back at the end.
Thank you, Supriya. And that was a wonderful session. I hope I'm audible to everyone. Am I audible? Yes?
Yes,
Okay.
ma'am, you're audible.
Yeah. I heard that no, that one student, maybe students sound even without the mic. Okay, so I'll share my screen and share with the sound. Okay, can you see my screen?
Yes.
Yes. Okay. This is not the one I'm going to use, but so first of all, let me just extend my thank you to the organizing committee of ICACCF 2025 conference. And we were really looking forward to meet you all in person. Unfortunately, sometimes unforeseen situations happens and we have to find an alternate way, right? And thanks to COVID, that now we have these technologies and we all are very well versed in these technologies so that we could actually make it happen for you, even though we are not physically traveled and we are there in the conference room. And thanks, Supriya. As always, you always set the stage for me. And whenever we conduct these sessions, Dr. Supriya always starts the session. And I really like the way that how convincingly she puts these AI and its usage when it comes to research, because that's one hardest part of AI tools, because convincing others that this can be used as a support system without replacing you, and you can rely on, some of these tools for the research and getting the right kind of articles. This is something, which is really hard, and Dr. Supriya has done, wonderfully. And I always use as consensus. This is because, when someone asks me about AI tools, which one to go for, I recommend consensus, because consensus actually, it's not that, it is going to give, and there is no proven research that it is going to be 100% reliable, but majority of the researchers, those who uses these AI tools, had vouched for consensus. Consensus AI could be a very good tool to start with that exploratory stage, during the exploratory stage, which is the initial stage, of your research. Sometimes, you have some idea, or maybe at least you know that this is your field, but you have no idea where to start and how to proceed. So oftentimes we go to Web of Science, we go to a library database, and we use the Web of Science, which is reliable, because this is going to give us, those important journals and, those articles, which is more reliable compared to AI tools. And the same goes for the Scopus index. And this is going to be part of this AI tools. Okay, although you're starting with any of the AI tools, this is going to be part of you, because we have to always cross check on whatever list we are generating from any AI tools. Okay, can I actually look into if the same article is also listed under the Web of Science and is coming under this particular journal? Scopus is particularly coming under the Elsevier. So it is really important for any researchers also to have that basic knowledge on traditionally how we did this research, and we rely on Web of Science and the Scopus indexed papers, the list from the Scopus and the Web of Science. Yeah. So me and Supriya, we are not actually telling you that, you can avoid this. These tools, whatever we are suggesting, this will go, like a complementary, like a support system to these Web of Science and the Scopus index, because in the Scopus and the Web of Science, it takes us to the full paper, okay? Or it gives us the PDF. And sometimes you can generate the abstract, but these AI tools actually tells you, okay, what exactly, okay, how much matching, or what is your particular topic. Like, for example, the dark side of entrepreneurship in India. Okay, we know that this is a specific topic. It will only filter those things which has mention of that topic. Yeah. So we'll look at, some of these AI tools. Again, I'm repeating, this is not going to be a replacement, but this is going to be a support system. Okay. So like consensus. So I watch for consensus, the first thing, but I would like to mention few, but I won't be showing that because it pretty much follow the same pattern of consensus, but I would like to mention few. Maybe one of the most common AI tool that nowadays everyone would know is about Elicit, right? Elicit is a very good one. Initially, when we started off with the AI tools, we relied on Elicit. Okay. I'm not sure about how you guys use, but when, I'm talking from my point of view, when I started off, I, use Elicit.ai to start with, during the exploratory stage, to start with, okay, what kind of articles exist and what are these articles telling me? What was the direction of the study? And in Elicit, you can get all these articles with specific, sections, like, for example, the limitations, the conclusions, findings, research methodology, everything into table format. Okay. But again, the free version has its own limitations. Elicit, if you pay, okay, if you get the paid pro version of Elicit, this is going to be much more useful. If we type that same topic that, you mentioned earlier, for example, the, what was it? The dark side, impact of dark side, something like that, right? Dark side of entrepreneurship. in India. This is just similar to consensus, so we will not detail on it, but I'll just have few mentions of it. So the challenges, the hidden challenges of entrepreneurship in India. So it actually renamed this particular research into, with that name, and it summarized top 8 papers for me. But always, always, always equate these references with your Web of Science or the Scopus Indus articles when you start with, refining your research. At the exploratory stage, this is good, okay, because you know that these are the articles, okay, to start with, because that's the time period when we feel that, okay, I do not know where to start, I do not know where to find, I do not know if there are any study conducted in this field, I do not know how much of a study has happened. So these are the kind of questions we oftentimes have, right? So elicit.ai, okay. Again, if you compare elicit and consensus, I would recommend consensus because when I started using both, consensus have a lot of options, and elicit is also, side by side we can use them. Elicit can give you the table format. For example, whatever you see here, I'm going to minimize this. So whatever you see here, this can be downloaded, but in the pro version, of course. But even if it is not, then you can take these screenshots or you can actually keep it and you can read it. It's super easy to navigate. And if you want to add more columns, you can go through it. Like the main findings, if you want, you can add an extra column here because I'm using the same topic, right? You could actually compare the kind of topic, the kind of research content that you saw in the consensus with elicit also, okay? So some of these top 8 papers, it's giving me 8 papers because I have the pro version of elicit, because I have been using it for, one exploratory study, and, I use the pro version for a few months. And that's the benefit of it. If you want, you can, take the pro version for a few months, and then afterwards you can just unsubscribe from it, and you have the basic version, okay? Suppose you have a study newly starting, then you just take the pro version. And then after a month or 2, when we do not need, sometimes we do not, during the reading stage, we do not need this much. After compiling all the papers, putting into the, the Excel sheet or in whichever format you are doing. Then after that, once we kind of got, okay, what is that refined topic, the specific questions that you need to answer, then, we don't need this, okay, because it's going to give you everything, okay? And so here we could see the 8 papers because of the pro version, of course. And the highlighted ones are the references, index references. And suppose, if I'm reading the first paper, highlighted the dark side of entrepreneurship, challenging the predominantly positive portrayal in media and academia, the dark side encompasses, maybe, I'm not that interested. Okay, the second one, traits like need for control and suspicion of authority. Yes, I'm a little more interested towards that. So maybe, I can click on that document and it takes me to the Semantic Scholar. Go to the Semantic Scholar. It's directly connecting to the Semantic Scholar. You have an account, you can read, you can cite like that. Elicit is super easy to navigate, okay? Because, you now know how to do the consensus. Pretty much all AI tools are following the similar pattern, okay? So elicit.ai, it is one, you can explore and you can actually experiment, okay? Then go back to the notebook. That still will be there. Now, this will be recorded in the form of a notebook here. If you just accidentally close this, you come back, you can still use the same, and you can take your research from where you have left it off. So it will show you exactly what you have done, okay? Now here I'm adding the tables. I'm adding more tables. Methodology, we are very much keen on, knowing the methodology of the research. And okay, I'm good with this. So I can go through this. And one other thing is that you can look for the limitations of the study, okay? And show more. Research questions, research gap. Likewise, I can choose, whichever ones I would feel like I would want to, explore more future research. See the limitations, Research gap, to some extent, some of the papers wouldn't even mention the research gap. Some of them would mention that what research gap they're addressing. So the limitations and the future research can give us some perspective on what is the missing link, okay? That missing link can be used to further explore and find the research gap that we would want to work on, so that, we can actually kind of get an idea and refine, refining that generic topic into, okay, this is the kind of research gap exists currently. Okay, maybe, I can focus on that area and explore more. Maybe when you're refined on your topic, you can take that topic to Web of Science, and then, it will give you exactly maybe 20, 30 articles, which will be appropriate for that piece of study. Okay, so this one can be downloaded. So if you have the pro version, you can download it as a CSV format, and then you can use it. Comes in the form of an Excel sheet. Okay, but sometimes, if you're using the free version, you won't get this option, but still, can you see how it is sorted into, different columns, and you can actually read it through, and then you can pin it. Okay, I'm interested in this methodology part. Okay, and maybe, I would want to go through the main headings, main findings, limitations, etc. Similar to consensus, but in the table format, you can cross compare all of those. If you want more articles, just go down and load more. And same thing, the pattern it will be using. And you have the chat option here. When you click on add a new step, you can get ask new questions to find papers, or maybe, if you want to chat with papers, this is actually, there is a advanced pro version. I'm using the middle version. So if you use the advanced pro version, you can have this chat with the papers. So basically, it is connecting you to the ChatGPT kind of a platform where you can ask specific questions. What were some of the criticisms that that the paper has faced, or maybe has received? Or what were some of the specifications in the findings, or things like that. You can actually ask the papers. Okay. So one other one, other than the elicit.ai, I would like to recommend would be, okay, I cannot see the top part. Let me just figure it out. Okay, so this is elicit.ai. So just explore this elicit.ai, and you will find some elements of it where, you can actually use this in the initial stages, okay? Like consensus. So you can note down, maybe make a map that, for the research initial study for searching on the topics, and, that finding some related or relevant articles. One thing you can use is consensus.ai. Second one, elicit.ai. Okay, these two. Somewhat similar is SciSpace. SciSpace is, nowadays, everyone is exploring, and it's very common. Maybe, you guys have already used SciSpace. SciSpace is kind of a combination of these two, what we mentioned just now, consensus and elicit.ai. This one, chat with PDF, this option is there. For any AI tools, you take the basics, there will be some useful, components, but if you take the pro version, you will have more advanced, okay? So when you start using SciSpace, the same method you follow, you put your content here, okay? And if you want, okay, you can actually ask these specific questions. So when you put a topic, this will actually provide you some, questions, suggested questions, and accordingly you can follow. Okay, it's the exact same of elicit. So there is no point in actually showing you how this is done. The SciSpace is similar to elicit. Here you can see the chat PDF option, chat with the PDF. Suppose, I would want to, okay, I don't know which article this is, but this is something untitled collection. Okay. New collection. I'm going to go with the new collection, maybe testing. Done. So it gives me the PDF, okay, which I had downloaded. So this is an article about leadership and management in high growth environment, effective strategies for the clean energy sector. Something related to the leadership and the management. Okay, I haven't read this article, but due to some reason it's downloaded. So let's see what it is. And if I want to ask some questions, I can chat with this, okay, PDF. Okay, this has to be a PDF. So I can actually ask you to generate maybe a summary of the research methods, perhaps methods used in this paper. Okay, and then it will provide me. So the thing is that this is actually the ChatGPT kind of a chat option. Again, if you're giving it two generic questions, okay, my question is specific to research methods. If you're giving it a generic question, it will give you generic answer. So if you are really keen on knowing, okay, what are the specific leadership theories used in this paper, or what were some of the implications on or what are the major findings, and then from the findings you can ask counter questions. So what were one of the implications of that first finding that is mentioned in the PDF? So you have to be very tactical in the way that you put the question. Asking the question is the talent here. Asking that right questions. Perhaps we all know how to use ChatGPT. ChatGPT can provide you some suggestions on what specific questions to ask about, a particular topic. Okay. So, or, simply just start chatting. So here it's telling me that the research methods case studies are used. Okay. And it's coming from, this particular location, and literature review, qualitative analysis, then strategic framework development. It has a developed a framework. And when I click here, it takes me to that page because I'm interested to know what kind of framework it's talking about. So maybe this section, yes. Okay, I need to read it. Right now, I'm not going to. Best practices identified, focus on innovation and sustainability. Okay, that section is something, it's coming from here. Clean energy. Yes, of course, we read the heading. The title was about clean energy sector. So the sustainability aspect is included. What criteria were used for case study? So this is what I mentioned about. It will provide you some suggestions on, what questions you can ask. If that question matters to your research, then, you can simply click on it and then you can read about it. Okay, criteria used for the case studies: visionary leadership, successful growth and transformation, commitment to sustainability. So this is really, really, really good, because instead of sitting and reading it line by line, you kind of got that this paper has some connections, okay, because maybe, you can use consensus or elicit.ai and you can find those articles. You can download it in the PDF format. Okay, just one second. I wanted to show you. I'm going back to elicit. Here in the elicit, you have an option. You can use this filter and you can opt for the papers which has PDF only. Okay, that has PDF. Okay, has PDF and apply. So it will give you only the PDF papers. And then from here, you can download this PDF and then you can come back to the SciSpate chat with PDF and put it here. And then you can literally sit and chat. Okay, because in the elicit, it is suggesting that this is a summary, main findings. And if you are, interested in that paper, then we can get the PDF. Okay, we can simply click on the PDF in the elicit. Then it's downloaded there. Okay, and then you can drag and drop it in the chat with the PDF. So this is how you can combine, these two different AI tools. Okay, so chatting with because, once you got that, these are the 8 articles which I would want to read first, because the possibility is that those 8 papers, among the 8 papers which is given in the elicit, one of them could be the seed article that you could use in some other AI tool. Okay, or that could be one of the main article which you can read and understand in detail, and you can do the snowballing technique. Go to its references and then look for what are the references coming under that seed article. And then you can search those articles, particularly in the Web of Science, Scopus, or even Google Scholar. Okay, so we have to have an understanding that these different AI tools has to be used in combination. to get the best outcome, from it. So you have to spend some time exploring and seeing how it will best fit to your subject, because some of us would be science, some of us would be business, some of us would be, experimental physicists, or maybe, the lab work, nursing. So accordingly, you have to see which kind of a tool is giving you the best outcome for your subject of study. Okay. For business and management, I'm from business and management. So these are some of the tools which I found that this is giving me a very good outcome. Particularly this PDF, this chatting with the PDF is very good, useful technique. And it is minimizing the time. At the same time, I have to spend some time on these PDF, and it is refining and giving me that exactly, okay, what are the methodology? And if I'm not interested in that, I can actually go to the next one. Okay. So Elicit and SciSpace, if you combine, because we don't have the extra pro version of this one here to chat. Okay. I remember in the pro version, there was an option to chat, but now you have to upgrade. Okay. Elicit is improving day by day. So when you start using it now, every day, you'll be part of its improvements, and you get to see, the new additions, new things which is added in the Elicit. So I combine the Elicit, get the PDF, you can use it in the SciSpace. So this is actually a very easy method. And in the PDF, super easy. Okay. Somewhat similar is Perplexity AI, but just a mention only. Similar to consensus. So when you use the tools for the exploratory stage, first experiment on all of these tools which we mentioned, Perplexity AI, consensus, Elicit, or SciSpace, and then see which one you find more convenient and easy to use. That's again another thing. Okay, these AI tools sometimes will be super hard for people, certain people. So look at, which one is super easy to navigate for you, which one is super supportive and helpful for your piece of research. That's very, very important. And you have to be the decision maker for that. No one can actually tell you that this is the best. For them, it is the best. Maybe for you, some other tool will be the best. So Perplexity AI, again, you simply log into using your Google account. See, now I told you, consensus, Elicit, SciSpace, Perplexity AI, everything is having somewhat similar format. Okay, somewhat similar format. So you put your topic here, but here, choose academic. Okay, in the Perplexity AI, choose academic. Okay, I'm particularly looking for the academic research papers here. And same topic, the dark side of entrepreneurs in India. If we are typing that topic, see, it gives me the answer in the answer format. Do not copy paste it and use it. It's going to be a ChatGPT style. But it's consolidating things for me, right? And it's also, referencing, okay, where have they got this particular content from? See, 6th research paper, 8th research paper. And when I go down, societal entrepreneurship and fair trade, the 1st paper. And where are these papers? You go on the top, you show all, and you can see the 8 resources which is listed here, which is great. Because I asked for one question, but I wasn't too specific about that question. I was just giving a generic topic to that, dark side of entrepreneurs in India. Okay, but the people who are actually conducting study in that one, you will have specific questions to it, and you can type those questions in ask follow-up questions. Okay, so here you type the question, and it is going to refine and further refine as much as possible. You keep on asking the questions, and it becomes more and more refined and filtered, and it will take you to that specific content, specific area, okay, which you're researching. So you have to ask these questions. So they also give you some related questions. Some of them, might not be even connected to what your idea of, the research in the field. So you have to specifically research, ask the question, okay, what exactly it is. Maybe I wanted to know, so maybe we'll just ask him ethical compromises, economic inequality. Okay, so maybe, I'm again going to give a generic question here. Expand on the part which talked about the economic inequality. Okay, I'm just asking you to just focus on that part because I would, okay, the spelling mistake, see, it captured it. The spelling mistake, typo errors, but still it captured it. Okay, it's giving me a lot of things. First, it's talking, about what is economic inequality that remains significant, and then income distribution, regional and social group disparities, gender inequality, which are very amazing and interesting topics. And it is providing, some ideas, and it's exactly telling me, okay, go and read article number 3, which is listed in the 8 of them, and maybe you will read a little bit more about the micro entrepreneurships. Okay. Now, I don't have the pro version of this one. Okay, I'm not planning to get this because I'm happy with illicit and consensus. We cannot buy all of the pro versions of all the AI tools, right? But it is good to know that, we have these different options when it comes to starting with the research. AI tools are best fit during the exploratory stage, that initial stage of your study. Okay, so always remember consensus AI, illicit.ai, SciSpace.ai and Perplexity.ai, going to be very good. If you have money, then go for the pro version, but I have only pro version in one of them, which is illicit. All other things, I'm using the very basic, and according to the topics, I explore on different tools. But it's good to know that different tools are there. Now, there is another tool which is going to be a little more, useful. So now after the exploratory stage, now you have a clarity on, okay, this is my topic. Okay, I want to know what are the related papers, okay, connected papers. So to understand these connected papers, everyone would have explore different kind of tools. But I would recommend 3 of them, and of which, I favor one particular tool because I'm using it the most. Because of that, so I'm so convenient and so used to this particular AI tool. So there are 3 tools which can help you to identify these connections of these papers, okay? Through this exploration, you found your group of articles now. So what you can do is that one option is that you have to find the connection. So one option is you can go for lit maps, okay? LIT, literature maps, lit maps, which I'm not going to show because lit maps and research rabbit somewhat similar. So it is exact repetition, like I mentioned. Lit maps or connected papers also you can go for. Connected papers, when I tried today, the site is under development for, it's showing it on my, and it has been like that for a week. I'm not sure what is happening, but I would recommend lit maps, connected papers, and research rabbit. Research rabbit is my go-to, and I personally prefer this research rabbit a lot. I'll show you why. So this is how you, when you click in the Google page that this is Research Rabbit, this is how it looks like with a rabbit icon and all of that. And then you, so there is an option to start here. Okay, there is something there, start. You click on that and it takes you to a page like this. Okay, maybe I'll try here. Next thing, okay. Oh, I could move that. Login. It's asking me to log in. So you can either sign up with your Google account or sign in. I have been using, you can see, I've been using it. And I also have an account, the folder for Zotero where I keep my bibliography and everything. I won't be showing it some other time maybe. So I can actually sync my Zotero to the Research Rabbit. That is the reason why I use Research Rabbit, so that I don't have to worry about my references, because Zotero is my bibliography manager, and it helps me with keeping all my references folders in separate folders on different sections of the research. Okay. Zotero could be, many of you would be using, because this is one best way to keep all your references at one place. Now, coming to Research Rabbit. So in this Research Rabbit, I've been doing a little bit of, these research and everything. Let's start with the new. Okay. So suppose if it is the first time that you're using, you will see all blank. There is nothing here. It's all clean. Okay. So you can either start with a collection here or new collection on the top here. In your left hand top corner, you can see new collection, and you have to name it. So here we are looking for what? Entrepreneurs, right? Entrepreneurs. Entrepreneurs in India. Okay. Entrepreneurs in India. So that came. Okay. It has 0 papers in it. Okay. So I'm going to click open my new folder. See, when I created new collection, it gave me something in the clean slate, right? Now it's asking me, it doesn't have a paper. So I should add paper then. Okay. It's very big green color icon. Click on that. Now how you will bring one option here is that you can simply type the topic. Let's try both, different options. So the first thing is that I want to know about the challenges faced by entrepreneurs in India. Okay. Challenges. I hope it will come. Challenges. Maybe challenges, short challenges of entrepreneurs in India. Search. I'm not too picky. I'm going with all subject areas. Let it be all subject areas. I like this first one, an exploratory study of entrepreneurs in textile industry in India. Okay, good. Women as entrepreneurs in India. I love that. Okay, these two I'm going to add. Challenges and opportunities faced by innovative entrepreneurs. Maybe it will come in use because right now I'm not reading. I'm just looking at the title. Exploring challenges and opportunities, pestle framework. Okay, maybe that one. Okay, that's it. You can keep on going, and then further and further, you can actually look at, okay, were there any more details, were there any more things? There are a lot of women entrepreneurship related papers, exploring women and entrepreneurs motivations, unleashing the potential. So women entrepreneurship is something that is quite studied area. Maybe I'm going to add one more. It's up to you how many you're adding. If you want, you can just start with one. Or maybe, you can start with all of it. So have I been adding it? I have this paper. It's giving something. I have been looking at. So I'm going to choose both these papers and the challenges and exploring challenges. Okay. And this one. Okay. These all are like completely disconnected and relatively new. So I might be adding, more. And I'm going to the same topic. Okay. Okay. Search. These all are added. I think, I'll focus on the women entrepreneurs. I like that topic. I'm not sure about that. I'll add few. I'm going to add. The thing is that you can read the abstract and accordingly you can add. I'm just adding blindly because I'm just looking at the title and then adding skills in India, challenges, problems, blah, 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 a lot of these things. Okay, let me try because it has to give me some similar work that is happening in the field. Yeah, selected all of these. Yes. Now I have these authors, suggested authors. Okay. And these authors, these are the authors. And I would want, maybe I should be looking into, okay, let me go back. Okay. I can look for the connections in these papers. See, I told you, these all are like detached connections. So there is nothing there. So the kind of papers which I've selected, this is completely new. Okay, one option here is that there is no connection. So maybe, there are chances that, some of the areas are not explored together. Okay, some of the areas are not explored together. So that could be the reason. Because if there are connections, can you see the similar work here in the explore papers that will highlight? For example, I'll show you one other example here. Like, I've been doing, one sample test here in the leadership study. Okay. So these two papers I selected in the leadership. Okay. This was picked just to find similar work, just to show you. So because I read a little bit about this paper and I kind of felt that there are some kind of connections there and I selected these two. Can you see the similar work highlighted here? In entrepreneurs in India, those papers we selected, it has no connections. That is why it is showing it is completely detached. Okay. But the paper which I've selected in the leadership, it has the similar work. And when you look into the similar work, you can see that it will try to capture all the papers that has either referenced or has, in some way, that is connected. Okay, so here in this one, this green one is one of the articles, the main seed article, which is, it used that seed article as one of the main. And can you see the kind of connections? And I can manipulate it. I can see, how many papers have referenced it. Okay, I kind of explored this. This is the best part of the research rabbit. You can actually kind of work around and see what are the connections here. I might be looking for this cluster, but this cluster has no connections altogether. But then there is another cluster. Zoom in. So there is some other cluster which is completely detached, but these are old paper. Maybe, I'm not so interested. And this one has, some 2017 and 2020. Some of these papers have, some sort of connection. The one I selected is 2020. Perhaps I should be looking for 2023, 2024. Maybe there wouldn't be much of the connections, but still, this cluster is going to be connected. And this is one way, I can click on each one of them and I can read. Some of them will not have PDF, but you can read a little bit about the abstract and see, if this is an actual one for you. Okay. You click on the other one and then, you can read. Okay, I like this one. So maybe I'll add it to another other collection. Maybe, I'm going to create a refined collection for refined leadership paper collection. Okay. So in that one, I'll be adding a little bit more. Okay, so this paper, I liked it. Okay, now I'll click on the other one. I'm going to look for dermatologist level classification. Not so interested. Maybe this one. Artificial intelligence. Yes, I like it. Artificial intelligence. So I'm going to add to. Okay. Add to the other collection. So refined leadership. That is where, I'm going to add. I blindly added to the leadership again repeatedly. Then Magnite, yes. Technology, yes, IT. Yeah, I'm going to add it to the refined leadership collection. Okay, now I have a refined leadership collection. Refined leadership connection where I have two papers. Okay, so this is actually connecting technology and artificial intelligence in the leadership. Okay, which is great because that was my area. And I can only specifically look into those work. Some of the papers will be repeated. Yes, technology and artificial intelligence. Now I got my cluster because my area was into technology and AI. You can see the two articles, which everyone else, the seed article, which I have included. One is old, one is relatively new, but not that new. But still you can see, and there is not much study that has happened. So let me look at the timeline. What is happening here? 2020, after that, there is not much study, okay? And this is, there is nothing there. And what about this one? Okay, good. These are my two key, the seed articles and this one. And can you see the, these two articles has some connection to the cluster, which has published from 1992, 1995 to 2013, which is very old. So not much study has happened in that area. Maybe, this is very good that I can start with something and, I can actually look into, okay, what was a missing link? And when you look at 1985 to 2013, and we are talking about artificial intelligence and technology, not much development has happened. And now we are in the industry 4.0 era, and maybe, I can find some things. But instead of blindly following this, what you can do is, in the elicit, when you get the list of articles, for example, when you go to elicit, okay, so this first one, dark side of entrepreneurship in India, can you see the DOI, the digital object identifier link? Okay, you can use such link. Okay, so maybe, you look for artificial intelligence related topic in elicit, and the articles which it gives, it will have DOI link. You can copy this DOI link and you can come back to Research Rabbit and you can start with that DOI link into a new collection. So from Elicit, I'm going to put my Elicit AI. I'm going to create, whatever research I did in Elicit. I can add the papers using that DOI link, which I copied from Elicit. This is completely unrelated topic, but I'm giving you idea how you can connect and utilize this Elicit into the Research Rabbit. Okay. The same thing in consensus also, it gives you the link. Every time it gives you DOI link, it's the address of each papers. So you can copy the DOI link and you can create your own collection here. So that if you already explored Elicit, consensus, or SciSpace or Perplexity, get the papers, get the DOI link, and put it in the Research Rabbit so that you don't have to start your research from scratch. This could be the second stage which helps you identify, okay, this is my area, so give me only the things related to that so that we don't have to explore things in the Research Rabbit. I hope you understood how to connect those, right? Elicit and get the DOI link, bring it to Research Rabbit, start with a new collection. Okay. Do you have any questions or anything? How to come back? Any question? I have been talking and I didn't ask you about if you guys have any questions. Okay.
Everybody's taking the notes, I think.
The forum is open for questions. Any questions? No, ma'am. I think they are too overwhelmed with the workshop to ask any
No
questions.
problem. But this is something, to explore. I cannot see the Zoom link, how to come back to the Zoom. This is that area, right? You are screen sharing and how to maximize this. Can the IT support help me?
Hi, Zoni. So you just click on the participants or so minimize the slide, you will be back to the main
This
screen.
one, I'll click on myself.
And share the slide.
Yeah,
Yeah.
here, like
Stop sharing, ma'am.
Stop.
I stop sharing.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, I didn't do anything. But it says that I'm sharing the screen. Here it says that, I'm sharing the screen. So stop sharing. I'm sharing the screen. I wanted to really come back. Anyway,
So do you see the stop share option?
yes, when I stop share. Okay, I'm
Yeah.
back. I wanted to show you a few more. um, but I'll give you some suggestions on, because some of you, for some students, okay, particularly focusing on students, they wouldn't want to read these bulk of paragraphs, right? So there is something called Mapify. I think I have written it somewhere. Yeah, Mapify, Mapify. Just note it down somewhere, because in the Mapify, when you log in using your Google account, what you can do is that you just insert a PDF and it give you pictorial form like mind map. For some students, that visualization will work better, right? Rather than reading the papers. So there are a lot of AI tools that needs to be explored. So I just, we are listing out, something similar to consensus. Since Supriya detailed on the consensus, you can use Elicit, SciSpace, Perplexity, similar, use the same technique, use the filter, use the topic, and then, you can get the documents. And when you get the documents in the PDF form, you can either chat with the PDF using SciSpace or get the DOI link of it and put it in the Research Rabbit, create your collection and explore. No one can teach you this, but explore, and then, you will find it useful. I know it's overwhelming. But once you start using it, you will get used to it. But have you guys been using Elicit? Because Elicit is one common AI tool everyone uses. Were you using Elicit.ai?
Yes, I have used.
My
Yeah, I think someone said, they have used. Yeah, it is. So please try to, look at the what combination works for you. So start with exploratory and then go to Research Rabbit. We have a few more, AI tools, but, maybe some other time we would like to explore and share, what our experience on that is. But we really want to, hear from you and see, what is your take on AI tools. And if you have any questions, that would be great.
Yeah, ma'am. Just wanted to say one thing about the PDF version. You say that, you can export PDF version, but there is a facility in Elicit also where you can upload PDF and then you can find the summaries. Like, you can find,
Yes,
what are the key findings, gaps, summary of the findings, and research
yes,
gap and other things.
yes.
So that is also
So,
possible. So can we also, for example, I have used it for some of the things. When I wrote a paper, I wanted to quickly understand that, okay, this is a long paper and I want to summarize my findings. So
mhm.
I just PDF'd it and uploaded that, and then I got the findings of my own paper, which I could have
Yes,
written it, but I got the findings of my own paper. Just wanted to explore it. So I realized that
yes.
it is also
Yes,
possible.
you can use that. I didn't show that here because you pick, instead of if even if you do not have a PDF, and from the the list which is given under this illicit.ai based on your topic, you choose one, click one, and then there will be an option for you to chat with that, the basic ones. Okay, it's just the Chat GPT, I think 3.5 version, or I don't know if it is 4.0 version, but that again is possible.
Yeah, I used the pro version and they're charging $12 per.
Yes.
So
But
that
I'm
is
more
quite
convinced with
expensive.
the PDF.ai chat, and it's not coming under illicit or size space. But if you want to explore, just try PDF.ai. That's
Okay.
only for PDF, and that is little more refined. But it's a paid AI tool. But I'm happy with PDF.ai. It is little bit more. I felt it is a little bit more reliable with the other chats, which I used in the other AI tools. So just try PDF.ai. Maybe you can note it down, pdf.ai or dataanalyzer.ai. That's another, AI tool. This is only to chat with your content, chat with your documents. Either in the pdf.ai needs PDF, but dataanalyzer.ai, you can upload any kind of a document and you can chat with it.
Thank you, ma'am.
Any questions?
Am I audible?
Yes.
Thank you to both of you for such an informative session, ma'am. Ma'am, I have a small question. Sometimes we are not able to read the entire paper when we search it. We don't have a full access. So will these AI tool help us to read the full paper and get that access? Any of the tools?
If it is an open AI, open access, then definitely. But again, from my experience, I'm just speaking from my experience. Some of the papers, it's not giving the full access. For that one, I'm actually searching it in the Web of Science if that paper actually matters, because in the Web of Science, you can actually, if you have the account through your university, and then you will get the full option to read, right? And if the Web of Science is not quoting that article, I don't mind about, just ignoring that article. Sometimes AI tools will give you everything, including the conference proceedings, sometimes, not a very good journal. So it's giving you every single thing. So you have to be very selective. And if it is not giving you that full access, this is what I did. I just go and search it in the Web of Science or Scopus. And if it is not there, I don't mind, I'll ignore that one from the list. But maybe Dr. Supriya, you have another strategy for that?
Hi. I think that's one challenge that we all face as researchers. Sometimes the paper that we really want to see, we don't get the full access. No, I haven't come across any tool personally that helps in that. But what I find is that most of the times, contacting the author directly, and that had worked most of the time, 99% of the time, I would say, when I was in such a situation. So that's the only thing that worked for me when I really wanted to read something which was not accessible.
Yes.
Thank you so much.
There is one other AI tool. I don't know if it is an AI tool, but I find it fascinating because generally in all the AI tools, it gives you the same, it has the same pattern. But there is something called lens.org, which is giving you the patents in the work. Lens, like the Lens, lens.org. It's only giving you the patents, and sometimes in the scholarly paper, the published papers, we would want to know what are the patents, right? So that patented work and its citations will be given in lens.org, and I found it fascinating, particularly in the entrepreneurial research and the AI related research. That patented work will be much more useful. So maybe you can explore that, lens.org. It's very easy. You just log in with your Google account.
Ma'am, I have a question. So, ma'am,
Yes.
a question related to writing the research papers. So, there are many AI tools like Jenny AI. So, are these tools reliable and ethical at the same time?
Okay, that's a very tricky question.
Okay, yeah. So, just to start with that question, I would say use the tool to assist us in the research process, but not for the writing. Like, for example, if we have to understand the areas, key papers, to revise the questions, and to understand how do I structure the literature review, to get the ideas, but not in terms of writing, maybe. So if you have a writing, suppose you are text, you have a text which you wrote, and you want to make it more like paraphrase it or make it more academic, so that yes we can try, but generally not in favor of getting the content but using it for idea structuring your paper, and then if required maybe paraphrasing.
Okay,
Yeah.
thank you.
Yeah, because when you mentioned ethicality in that, ethically that's not the right way to do, right? When you have to be writing there should be originality in the work, but you could use things like Grammarly just to check the grammar and some extra vocabulary suggestions and all of that. But relying on an AI tool completely to generate everything for you, that's not at all ethical. But you can use some of the tools where you are never replaced, but you can use it as an assistance in improving your the writing in a very good presentable way. So I personally don't rely completely on the Jenny AI. Okay, Jenny AI is something all the students use. Okay, I know that from my students, but I personally haven't used it. For the writing, I haven't used. To do some paraphrasing, I relied on Grammarly. Perhaps maybe on the ChatGPT, the 4.0 version, but completely blindly following it, that's going to be a bad thing, because writing is another skill set that you would want to develop by the end of this research.
Ma'am, recently, few days back, I am just came across with some AI like Humanizer AI. What they do, they just converting the AI content into humanized content so that we can surpass the plagiarism part. So I just wanted to know your views on that such kind of AI, ma'am. Should we use it or not?
No. Supriya?
Yeah, so something that again I've seen some people using, especially for example, when it comes to projects and coursework. So, but no, nothing that I have used personally, and I would maybe stay away from it because it's still about like suppose when you read the paper, it's about the coherence of it, the logical flow of it, and it's about how different sections stick together. I think when we use the tools or when we write it ourselves, there's a lot of difference to the entire readability of the paper is something I feel. So yeah, so that's an important point that would maybe prevent me from using that for the research purpose. Otherwise, yes, maybe. But for research articles, I would say no.
Yeah, for the research particularly, because we keep talking about the ethicality and originality, then uh, actually using such shortcuts would be you actually losing the the authenticity. You are actually not developing that skill set, right? Using an AI tool to make it humanizing, it's super easy, but putting in that effort, that's really important. So ethically speaking, that's not the right way to do, and I personally have never used it, and I won't recommend anyone using, even though I agree that AI tools, there are tools used in the exploratory stage, but not in the that refined work of yours. It should be your work. It shouldn't be an AI work. So please do not use Humanizer. So my answer is no. I agree with Dr. Supriya.
Thank you, ma'am.
I think we can share the contact details. If you have anything at all, please feel free to reach out, and then we're happy to help.
Yes, ma'am. I'll share the contact details with the entire audience here. And on behalf of the MIT College of Commerce and Finance, I'd like to propose a formal vote of thanks. It has been an absolutely fascinating session. Both of you have given us a different perspective on the entire topic altogether. And I extend a heartfelt thanks from the entire team here to both of you for sparing your valuable time. AI tools have always been a mystery for so many people here, and we have never actually come to using it reliably and in an effective way. But I think it has been a very insightful session for all of us here, and it has given us a different perspective altogether on the entire topic. So thank you very much, both of you. Anything you'd like to add, Punita ma'am? Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you all the participants for patiently listening and involving yourself in the entire session. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
It has been a pleasure talking to everyone. And thank you once again for hosting it
Yes.
online, and apologies for not making it in person.
Yes.
Yeah.
Apologies from my end as well. But
You are
maybe in
you are
sometime,
still on our you are still on our invitation list. So we hope to see you soon, maybe like in the next conference or any other time when you're coming to India.
Yes,
Definitely,
definitely.
definitely.
That
Right.
would be great.
And,
Yeah.
and I
Thank you
probably
so
our
much.
scholars will be more delighted when you're personally here and they'll get from your
Yes,
experience. Thank you so much.
absolutely.
Thank you. Thank you so
And
much.
any one of you are in Dubai, please get in touch. You're always welcome to Middlesex University, Dubai as well.
Yeah. Thank you so much. Okay.
Thank
Bye-bye.
you.
Thank you.
The next session will start at 12 o'clock sharp. So be here with it.
Before we come to our presentation session, I would like to introduce our session chairs. Dr. Tarun Kumar Singhal is presently working as a professional information systems at Ford School of Management, New Delhi, India. He is serving as an assessor with the National Assessment and Accreditation Council, India, as a domain expert with the School of Vocational Education, Tata Institute of Social Sciences, Mumbai, as an external member of Departmental Research Committee of Amity International Business School, Amity University, Uttar Pradesh. He is a seasoned academician with over 30 years of credible experience in teaching, research, consultancy, advisory, and training and development domains. He has conducted several executive or management faculty development programs for junior or middle level corporate executives and faculty members on contemporary issues like artificial intelligence, prompt engineering, blockchain, and etc. He has been involved in several third party assignments in the capacity of consultant for the establishment and development of institutions of excellence. He has various research publications to his credit, and his research areas artificial intelligence, blockchain, smart cities, business model innovation, digital transformation, and etc. He holds a PhD degree in business administration, master's in software systems, and master's in mathematics, besides advanced diploma in business studies. He is associated as member of the board of advisory for the Amity Business Review, Amity Journal of Computational Sciences, Journal of Global Operations, and Strategic Sources. They have professional membership in Artificial Intelligence, AI Educator Alliance, Blockchain's Resonance Forum, Management Trainers. Now, I would like to introduce Mr. Ganesh Sahai. Mr. Ganesh Sahai is an IIT and IIM alumnus with around 25 plus year of industry experience, having worked with companies like Adobe and Oracle. He is currently working as CTO at Nagaro, which is a $1 billion global company offering digital product engineering and technological consulting services. He has been an entrepreneur on multiple instances and did multiple ventures. His passion towards technology, innovations, people, and business led to setting up of great teams and release of world-class products, doing successful businesses, and in process helping transform the enterprises and individuals. His innovation streak led to the filing of 11 patents. On various occasions, he has been a speaker at TEDx, NASCOM, IEE, and various other national international events. Now, we would like to start with our research presentations. Now, we would be beginning with the paper presentations. We have 6 papers in total. All the presenters are hereby informed that they would be getting 10 minutes to present their research paper, followed by 2 minutes of question and answers round. The first paper is titled Impact Analysis of Blockchain in Banking Sector Worldwide, a Creative Disruption in Financial Transformation. It is being presented by Bhavna. I would request Bhavna to present their research paper.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Bhavna. I am a PhD research scholar from ICACCF, Amity University, Noida. I am pursuing PhD under the guidance of Dr. Sandeepa Kaur, Associate Professor, ICACCF, Amity University, Noida. The title of the paper is Impact Analysis of Blockchain in Banking Sector Worldwide, a Creative Disruption in Financial Transformation. So, the global banking sector is experiencing a significant transformation brought about by the blockchain technology and evolving consumer expectations. This paper delves into the disruptive impact of blockchain on the banking industry, exploring its potential to reshape traditional financial model and examining the evolving relationship between incumbent banks, and emerging fintech and big tech players. Blockchain technology is considered a disruptive force because it enables secure and efficient transfer of sensitive information, and it reduces cost and intermediaries. Blockchain promote transparency in transaction and facilitate compliance with regulations. The potential applications of blockchain in banking are vast, including cross-border payments, smart contracts, and online identity management. So with the adoption of any technology, there are some challenges and opportunities are with government are still developing regulation for blockchain. Blockchain technology is still evolving with technical limitations that need to be addressed. Bank need to adopt their business model to leverage the benefit of blockchain technology. Bank must ensure that blockchain-based services generate substantial revenue. These are the objective of the research paper. First one is to assess the level of blockchain adoption and deployment in banks across selected countries, to analyze the effect of blockchain technology on market dynamics, productivity, and consumer satisfaction, identify potential strategies for bank, fintech, and big tech companies in response to blockchain disruption. And fourth one is to evaluate the role of regulation in shaping the impact of blockchain in banking. So the study used a mixed method approach to achieve these objectives. Quantitative data was gathered through the analysis of secondary data from the industry reports, financial statements, and market research. The qualitative data was collected from case studies of selected banks and financial institutions. The data was then analyzed using descriptive statistics and thematic analysis and content analysis. To achieve the study's objective, a comprehensive literature review was conducted following the PRISMA guidelines, which serve as the guiding framework for the review process. The three-phase outlined by PRISMA 2020 is identification, screening, and inclusion were carefully adhered to throughout the review. This is the Prisma flow diagram. Initially, we start with 140 records identified from the databases, and 6 records are from other methods like from website and reports. So after screening, we include only 26 studies for the review. 4 are the reports and 22 are the studies from the databases. So in the literature review, we find blockchain technology disruption in the banking sector by transforming financial transaction and by streamlining back office operations. Blockchain technology transform financial transaction by faster and cheaper payment, decentralized banking, and streamlining back office operation by smart contract efficiency gains. Both the supply factors and demand factors enable the adoption of blockchain technology in the financial sector. Technical advancement like API, cloud computing, mobile device, and digital disruption fuel digital currencies fuel digital disruption in the financial tech sector. Shift in service expectation derived by mobile generation's desire for convenience, speed, and user friendliness are key demand drivers. Fintech are leveraging technology to enhance efficiency by improved screening and instantaneous authorization. Fintech also impact the financial inclusion by global reach and lower barriers. On the basis of talent, access to capital, government rules, and demand for fintech services, the United Kingdom, United States, Singapore, Germany, and Australia are the leading fintech centers. From the thematic analysis, we find 3 themes that are mentioned in the data analysis section. First one is new entrants and incumbents, competition and cooperation. So this part explored the evolving landscape of banking, examining the interplay between traditional institutions and emerging fintech players. We will delve into the strategy of both incumbent and new entrant, analyzing the factors deriving competition and collaboration in this dynamic industry. Fintech disruption and consumer focus are the factors that are the two factors that deriving the competition and collaboration in this dynamic industry. Regulatory impact on competition. Uh, Lighter the regulation of fintech firms play a central role in competition between banks and new entrants. Strict regulations for bank are moving activity to the shadow banking sector. These are some strategies used by incumbents, Fat Cat, Top Dog, and Partnership. These are the strategies that are used by fintech firms. Puppy dog play means commit to remain small and enter as a digital bank and consolidate. Second theme is big tech platform and future for banking. The big tech platforms are entering the financial service market, leveraging their technological prowess and vast resources. Big tech firm can utilize several strategies to disrupt the financial landscape. Big tech companies are acquire banking license and offer bundled services combining e-commerce and traditional banking products. Big tech firms can act as a marketplace, connecting customer with financial institutions and targeting profitable segments. Incumbent banks are responding to challenge posed by the fintech and big tech through the various strategies like partnership, and bank can transform their proprietary business into open platforms. Bank can specialize in specific customer group or niche product to differentiate themselves. Competition and regulation. Third theme is competition and regulation in digital age. The digital disruption has led to significant regulatory challenges. The rapid growth of fintech and big tech raise question about effective regulation of these companies. Regulatory decision will shape the competitive landscape, balancing support for innovation with level playing field. Entry of the big tech companies can raise question about the market dominance. Uh, First is unequal playing field, and second is data access and privacy. Regulator must balance data portability with consumer privacy, ensure fair and ethical data practices. Blockchain disruption can impact financial stability in several ways. The growth of shadow banking and fintech lending raises concern about regulatory oversight and systemic risk. E-money provider access to central bank reserves could disrupt traditional banking model. Information asymmetry in fintech lending can contribute to moral hazard, adverse selection, and cream scheming potentially increase systemic risk. Big tech integrations into banking, parallel payment system, reliance on third-party service, and the growth of uninsured money market fund can increase systemic risk. Incumbent bank face numerous challenges in the digital age. Bank need to modernize their technology platform to compete effectively. New entrants are challenging traditional banking model, requiring incumbents to adapt or innovate. Incumbent bank face increased regulatory scrutiny and compliance obligations. Bank must manage reputational damage from financial crises. From the literature review, it is evident that both big tech and fintech companies are projected to have a consolidated impact on financial landscape, particularly in payment solution and capital market advising services. Just 1 minute. The future of banking will be shaped by interplay between incumbent banks, fintech, big tech, and regulators. Regulators play a crucial role in fostering innovation while ensuring financial stability. Balancing competition and consumer protection will be paramount in the evolving financial landscape. Adaptability, innovation, and strategic partnership will be key for all the players to navigate the transformative changes brought about by the blockchain technology, the rise of digital finance. As blockchain continue to disrupt traditional models, bank must adapt and embrace innovation to remain competitive in the evolving financial landscape. Thank you for your patience listening.
So first of all, a very systematic study, great presentation, flawless speaking, wonderful, right? Some of the things, I didn't get a sense of what are the uh, basic use cases which the blockchain is addressing over here. What is blockchain?
Yeah, so blockchain is a kind of technology that provide distributive ledger system for the companies and distributed ledger system for the companies, and it give um, it it provide a chain of the information that cannot be that cannot be changed in between, or that cannot be altered.
So it's more secure.
So it is more secure. We can't alter that and entries the information in between.
So in the banking sector, where it will be useful?
Sir, sir, in banking sector, it will be useful by when recording the customer records, and
So all the transactions which
all
are
the
being done,
transaction,
it should not be hacked.
yes, sir.
And the integrity of that should be maintained.
Yes,
That's
sir.
where blockchain will be
Yes,
used.
sir.
Great, awesome. You mentioned that so big tech offers services. What kind of services big tech offers? Which
Yes, sir. Big tech services.
big tech services?
Yeah.
What different big tech services are being used in banking sector?
Sir, like there are many big tech firms.
Hmm.
Like there are Airtel banks also that.
No, when we talk about big tech,
Yes,
right?
sir.
So we are talking about, for example, cloud providers like Google, Amazon,
Yes, yes.
right? Microsoft, right? So what services that they provide, which banking sector uses? Any idea?
No, sir, sorry.
Is blockchain as a service available from these?
Yes.
Have you checked?
No, sir.
So you should check, right? It is available, right? Okay. All right. Is there any Data Act in India?
Yes, sir.
Is there any Data Act in India? Data Privacy
Data
Act?
Privacy Act. No, sir.
No?
In my knowledge, I think no.
Okay. You should check that, okay?
Okay.
All right. You mentioned e-money,
Yes,
right? What is e-money?
Sir, e-money is like
So Paytm से
cryptocurrency.
करते हैं, right? Is it e-money?
No, sir. Cryptocurrencies like
So cryptocurrency is e-money.
Yeah.
Then what is digital currency? Have you heard the term?
Yes, sir. Digital currency is cryptocurrencies. Digital
It is
money
one of the
is
it
one
is
of
one
the
of the
cryptocurrencies,
cryptocurrencies.
like Bitcoin and Ethereum are all the digital currencies.
Who regulate currency in India?
RBI.
RBI,
Yes.
right? Have they brought the concept of digital currency? Are you aware of it? And does it use blockchain?
No, sir.
Okay. So that's another thing you should check. Okay. Right. It's a very interesting, evolving area. There is a lot of technology into it. But yeah, you have done a very good systematic study. But going into fundamentals will help. Right. Great.
Thank
Well
you,
done.
Is your PhD title connected to blockchain in some fashion?
No, sir. I'm still figuring out my title. I'm in very early stage of research.
Okay.
So
First of all, blockchain would be an interesting topic. It's not a push from my side. It's just a suggestion.
yes, sir.
And secondly, as sir pointed out, you need to be very thorough as far as fundamentals are concerned. And when sir specifically asked about digital currency launched by government agency or let's say RBI. So we have a digital currency called e-rupee, right? And it is basically CBDC, central bank digital currency. And it floats on blockchain. Though it's a permissioned blockchain, but it is a blockchain, right?
Thank
So
you.
please pay attention to these details. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Ms. Bhavna, for presenting your research paper. Now we will proceed to our second paper. The second paper is titled Leveraging Smart Technologies in Tourism Supply Chain, the Case of Dubai. It is being presented by Dr. Srijit Balasubramanian. He will present his research paper online.
Thank you, everyone. I hope I'm audible.
Yes, you are audible. I
Okay,
hope
thanks. I'm
you can
sharing
hear
my
us.
screen. Is my screen visible? I'll make it full screen.
Yeah, it is visible now.
Just a second. All right, so I'll make it full screen. I'll see it moves. Okay, all right. Thank you, everyone. Welcome, everyone, to all the participants, chair, the organizing committee. I'm Dr. Srijit. I'm also parallelly managing another chair, another session for the conference. I'm from Middlesex University. We are one of the knowledge partner for the conference. And it's also my privilege to be part of the conference as a presenter as well. I head the research for the university, and I would be sharing my presentation today on leveraging smart technology in tourism supply chain in the case of Dubai. Just want to give you in advance, it's more of a practitioner paper. This actually emerged from a consulting project. So we are trying to move this into give a more academic angle to it. So whatever you see is it's more from a practitioner perspective, but again there might be good takeaways how this can be also linked to a more academic article linking to more theories. So it's in a very early stages. I will share some of the spin-offs from this paper which we have already published. But this is something which is very close to our heart because this is something we see on a day-to-day basis in Dubai. I'm sure many of you have visited already Dubai, would have had several experiences here. If not, I would highly encourage you to come and visit Dubai. And when you're in Dubai, you're all welcome to come to Middlesex University, Dubai as well. And we'll be happy to host you all. With that, I will start my presentation on technologies. Now, that's the key word now on how to use technology. We'll be using Dubai tourism as a case study. We'll be trying to map with some of the best practices in smart tourism and then kind of give recommendation at the end and what are the best practices and which can be used by other countries or other cities as well. So here we are looking at a concept called Smart One platform in tourism, where we are looking at a convergence of technology, now AI, and how this can be integrated to tourism. So just like any other sector, tourism is also adopting technologies. It's also impacted by technologies as more and more consumers are becoming more tech savvy. With the new Gen X and all the new generation that is coming, exploring tourism, they are all tech savvy. They are using smartphones mostly for their travel, and they rely a lot on smartphones. And we can see now more than 80% of travelers worldwide use smartphones for having a seamless travel experience. But it's not just the smartphones. We are looking at different tools and technologies, including the Industry 4.0 technologies, which we'll discuss in shortly, being used to provide a seamless experience. Because I come from a supply chain background, so I look at things from start to end, whether starting from design all the way it reaches the customer, from source to destination, and applying the same logic to the tourism supply chain. It starts from the planning, right? When tourist starts to think you're going somewhere, it starts from the planning phase. So we have identified a very good tourism value chain framework, which starts with travel planning, and then you travel or transport to the destination, and from destination to hotel, and then you are in the destination, you are experiencing it, and then you have a departure to back to your home country. So to have a proper tourism experience or smart tourism experience, you need to ensure you're integrating good technologies that provide convenience, that provide safety, that provides the necessary tools that to make the tourist experience seamless, starting from planning phase all the way to departure. And probably maybe after departure, they can also engage in writing reviews, promote the tourism. So it's very important we ensure they are having a connected experience. Like any supply chain, your chain is as strong as is your weakest link. So you need to make sure that they have good experience throughout the journey from planning all the way to departure. And we'll discuss the case of Dubai in more detail later. So this is some of the mapped infrastructures that are required to have that seamless experience for tourism. Of course, one of them is my logistics, my transport, the mobility within the city. Of course, you need infrastructure, ideally 5G, now moving towards 6G connectivity so that you have faster internet and connectivity throughout your journey. Need to have smart hotels and smart infrastructures. You're talking about smart government services. That's very important. Maybe you want to start with that to have that seamless experience of applying for visa and all of those. And then your travel through the airport, your immigration. So you need to ensure that tourists have a good experience, and you need to provide that infrastructure which is required for the smart tourism. There is one good framework from Google, which calls the 5 stages of travel, which starts even before planning. It says it starts with dreaming, and then planning, booking, experience, and then departure. So these are the 5 stages of travel from Google, and we kind of use this to kind of map the different experience for the tourist. The first stage of dreaming refers to getting inspired by online content and setting up, blogs, reviews, and experience. Actually, governments can take a effort to promote this so that it reaches to a lot of tourists worldwide or potential tourists worldwide, so they can understand that yes, this is a potential city. So there are now several initiatives by Dubai government. For instance, they are promoting Instagram. There's competition so that they can post photos, and then you'll be encouraged to share these photos and other images and their experience. Planning involves source of information like travel guides, even virtual tourism, just to get a sense of what the city would look like before you actually visiting there. So that's also part of now smart tourism, is to provide a virtual tour. It's kind of like, before you buy a house, you want to see the house, you want to see it virtually. You can just virtually see the city, how it looks like before you actually go there. Then the booking flights, accommodation, tours, activities. That's the transport or the mobility phase. And then comes the experiencing phase, where you go to various destinations, and then you have that experience, hotel stay, all of those comes under your experiencing phase. And final phase is where you share back your experience after departure. You write reviews, you post contents in social media. So again, that could help the tourism industry as well. So this is basically our approach. Now, methodology is to use Dubai as a case study. So we look the Google framework. We then kind of broken down into different stages and see what are the different technologies that are being used. We also looked at several apps available in the sector to help tourists. Sometimes there are too many apps which you get lost with it, and then see what are the gap analysis in terms of providing recommendations. Before I start with Dubai or UAE's case study, there was a big drop in tourists, and we all know 2020 and 2021 we got really affected by COVID. So those what it helped UAE or Dubai in particular to recover. So it's usually a U-shaped recovery. It's a fast recovery, right? So you have a dip, you're not remaining there. You're just trying to recover as soon as possible. So technology does play a role in the help in the recovery. And that's when you see an acceleration of technology adoption, because you want to have, less touch points. You want to kind of have more of these processes automated, and you want tourists not to have any inconvenience or have to stay in a queue. So you want to make sure that they have a seamless experience and reduce as many touch points as possible throughout the tourism journey. So this is the recovery phase, and how it helped Dubai. Now you can see it's actually increasing since post-COVID. So post-COVID recovery, and actually now the number of tourists coming to Dubai is higher than the pre-COVID. So we've really come out of the COVID situation. Now tourism is well and back on track, and you can see the statistics. So last year, just in Dubai alone, there were 19 million visitors coming from 150 plus countries. India is definitely one of the major contributor to tourism to Dubai. I think around close to 15-20 percentage of all tourists coming to UAE and Dubai are from the Indian subcontinent and mostly from India as well. So it's a big contribution to GDP. So unlike popular perception, Dubai doesn't rely too much on oil revenue. It's actually UAE as a country does, but for Dubai as a city, it's not too much relied on oil revenue. It's actually based on tourism. So more than 10-12% of GDP for Dubai comes from Dubai, from the tourism activities. That's why tourism is a big contributor to the economy of Dubai, and it continues to grow as well. And next year, from 19 million, they're planning to achieve 25 million tourists. So that's why now just yesterday they eased the visa regulation again for Indian tourists. If you hold any tourist visa for UK, Schengen, US, now you get a free visa to UAE. So they are trying to liberalize policies as along with the technologies so that it becomes, you attract tourists. That's the whole idea, is to ensure that you attract good tourists to the UAE. So obviously that smart government services becomes very important. So all of this now, application of visa is online, usually gets approved in a day or two. Yes, you can apply through travel agents, but now as a potential tourist, you can apply everything through the government website directly, and it's a very easy process. And now you can even do that through an application, so you don't even have to go through the website. You just download the application, and that's why UAE is now ranked 11th globally in the UN e-governance readiness index, and UAE is ranked 6th globally and first in the Arab region for online services index. So a lot of this shows that the amount of effort taken by the government to streamline the process and make it less bureaucratic for potential tourists. And then you have the smart mobility services. Now all the Dubai taxis are fitted with smart cameras. Now you can share your live location to any person, so that your safety is the most important thing. So you can share your live location. Most of the RTA taxis has smart cameras, so you feel secure as a tourist to travel, and all of them have Wi-Fi. So free Wi-Fi is provided in taxis, and most of the tourist hotspots now have Wi-Fi. Now they're moving towards a full free Wi-Fi city. So soon, you'll have more and more of these Wi-Fi. And to help this, Dubai government now gives for any tourist, if they want a free visa and free SIM card, that will be provided, and that will be 5G enabled SIM card. So you will get a free SIM card. So which means you are connected from the go. So you don't have to. It's a free SIM card with some data package, which you can use at least for the initial few days. And then UAE is also ranked #1 in telecommunication infrastructure. As I said, we have the 5G connectivity. Just a few more slides in terms of, now I really want to show you, like, visualize how it looks like. We're starting with the contactless immigration. I know we have in India now, we have the smart gates coming up. So we have smart gates already in the last almost 7 to 8 years. So we want, even for smart gates, we need to stay there, and we just have to have your ID card or something. You have to be scanned. Now you just travel, just walk. You don't have to stop anywhere, so that it gets automatically scanned while you're passing through the immigration. So you don't have to stop anywhere. You just go. So it's we call it the contactless smart tunnel. And then the smart tunnel uses different AI tools and technologies. So it's not just dependent on one. It looks at your movement, it looks at your retina recognition, face recognition, fingerprint. So a lot of biometric data is there. Of course, there are concerns for privacy, I'm sure, but privacy is one of the central thing they say, we want to prevent, but same time, you want to ensure, because there are so many tourists coming in, we want to ensure there is security for these tourists. And then we move to now. So now you have the immigration, now luggage, we have automated luggage delivery system. Your luggage can be delivered to your home with smart ID tags and you can track the luggage. So you don't have to worry about waiting for the luggage. You can just take your taxi and you can go home and it will be delivered to your home. Of course, there will be a small payment for that, but we are saying this is kind of the experience that if any tourists want, we'll be delivering that and you can track like real time where your luggage is now. And then we are starting with the driverless taxis soon. It's already been piloted. It's already in some areas already, but soon you will see more and more of these driverless taxis as well. So if you don't, see it's a taxi without driver, don't be surprised. It's already there. And we are moving one step further to moving to more flying taxis. It's going to pilot this year soon. Already pilot testing has been finalized. Again, will be initially there will be pilot, but then in few years it will be pilotless and it will take you to different places. And obviously, this is one way to avoid traffic in Dubai now is to fly, and that's exactly what they are trying to achieve as well. Smart hotels, of course, most hotels now you don't need to go to the reception. You can just directly go there, use your pre-authorized PIN card, and then use the PIN. And you don't even need access cards now. You just use your smartphone, becomes your your key to entering and locking. So everything is smartphone based for smart hotels. We also tried to map different. I'm not going through all of them, but what are the different applications, mobile smartphone applications, what are its downloads, what are its reviews, from starting from planning, right, from the immigration application to airport application to your RTA or the Dubai taxi booking or any other private booking like Uber, Kadeen. These are the popular booking services like Ola in India. Then there we have the metro travel, public transport is being promoted to encourage tourists to use public transport. So you see a lot of government entities are promoting their smart applications and they're encouraging tourists to download this and then use it. It becomes your travel companion. It makes your life much easier. And then there are many applications which allows you to understand what are the events happening. Dubai tourism website publishes all those new events that is coming out and how to get food deliveries. Now we're talking about 15-minute food delivery, shopping offers. All of these now become seamless through different smart application. So we try to, these are the last few slides where we try to map and see what is there any
Hello?
gaps in terms of the
Can I
experience.
interrupt, sir, in between? Yeah,
Yeah.
actually, the time you are exceeding the time. Please restrict your
Just yeah,
session
I'm finished.
to
Thank
7
you.
minutes. Yeah, thank you,
So
sir.
now, yeah, so just trying to map what are the gaps in terms of the each phases. And now then based on the gaps, we provided recommendations in our full paper. What can we do and what can we do from terms of the learning? So I'm not going through the gaps because of the time limitation, but this really shows that you can actually map the different phases of travel. What are the offerings right now? What are the gaps, right? But, the one main gap is it's so many applications. It's not integrated into one platform. That's one recommendation we can provide. And there's no incentive for tourists to provide these good reviews and all of those because then so that's again few of the challenges, but it's a very interesting emerging area of studies to look at technology adoption in tourism. I would suggest that you can look at this and you can replicate this in any country, in any city where tourism is. There are other cities who are even more advanced in terms of using smart technologies. Estonia, for example, is a good example of being the digital city of the world. So you can look at best practices across different cities. You can do comparison and you can give recommendations on how to implement these technologies. I published already a few spin-off papers. I think we had a previous presenter who spoke about blockchain. This is about the blockchain adoption in the tourism. We also looked at blockchain in smart tourism. So these are more behind the scenes where government is using blockchain as a platform to have these transactions. So they have this in a much more secure, transparent ledger. All right, so with that, I will stop, and I really apologize for going over time, but happy to take any questions that you may have.
Thank you so much for this beautiful and comprehensive presentation. So have you conducted any empirical analysis where integration of smart technology has resulted in some percentage of tourist influx? So some hypothesis could have been tested, like the investment made in this technology has been able to attract, let's say, these many thousands of tourists, etc.
Absolutely. I mean, it's a very good point. Actually, we haven't done any primary research. It's all based on secondary data. But that's a very good suggestion in terms of moving forward. Good to have focus groups with tourists to see how they have experience in reality, what suggestions that they themselves have to give. Then that can be incorporated to the research as well. So we have many anecdotal evidence because we see tourists every day, coming to our friends, relatives. So we kind of know without formally doing the research, like what they felt, what was they lacking, what was their kind of experience. I think one of the key thing we identified, kind of discussing with people, is especially there is a lack of focus on older tourists. So we kind of assume that everybody knows these technologies, everybody is happy to use these technologies, but that's not the case. And there's also a growing concept of detox tourism, where people don't want to use technology, they just want to get away from technology and they just want to enjoy the city, and they just want the traditional map, they want to kind of explore it. So it kind of creates a bit of conflict for especially older tourists and people who want to take a break from technology, because they might be already coming from a place where they are already using a lot of technology. So it's why it's very important to kind of have a balance. It's not always about technology, so you should have a plan B also for people, if they don't want to use technology, that they can still able to navigate easily through the city as well.
Oh, thank you. Over to Sahi, sir.
Yeah, thanks a lot. This was a great presentation, a lot of information, and Dubai is rocking. So doing great. Few things. So you showed that curve where basically, you showed that there was a U-shaped recovery, right? There's an accelerated growth. Uh, but what do you think about deceleration by use of tech?
I mean, we haven't seen that yet, but there could be a chance that, too much technology might, as I said, repel some tourists, because now people wants to kind of
So what could
maybe
be
go
the
away. Yeah.
scenarios that could decelerate?
So deaccelerate the tourism, right? The
Yeah,
technology. Yeah.
with
That's
excessive
a
use of
good
technology.
concept. Yeah, that could be something we haven't. I mean,
So
it
let
might
me
be happening. Yes.
let me share. For example, let's say there
Okay.
could be, instances of misinformation and disinformation, and that could spread rapidly. So
Sure.
how is basically, some of the industry 4.0 concepts being used to address that?
Good. So it's a mix of policies, regulations with the technology. I would say now here, for instance, regulation is very strict in terms of making open criticism for sure, in terms of companies or particular name. You can still share your thoughts and reviews, but you not should not personally mention any particular person or an individual within that organization that have provided poor service or something. So in a way, there is some privacy protection laws. The other, I would say now, we are trying to use is, as I said, blockchain as a service, to kind of make sure that there are less fraud or less misinformation. As you know, the previous presenter mentioned the benefits of blockchain. So blockchain being used in the backend allows you to ensure a hotel or restaurant that the food they're serving, the supply chain is tracked as well. So you are maybe charging a premium for a particular service, you are ensuring that they are coming from that particular service. There could be a lot of fraud happening as well in terms of selling something which are not that. So that way, there is a lot of checks and balances are happening to kind of
Got it. Got it.
give that trust for the consumers.
Yeah, got it. Last one is basically, industry 4.0 smart tech comes with sustainability issues. So I didn't see that being addressed in this.
Excellent. So I'm an advocate of sustainability. I didn't want to put it here, but that's a very good point. The still debate are going on whether is technology being a contributor to sustainability or the other way. Some it does help, especially one is the paperless
So there
transaction.
is no
So
debate. It is well established that, technology is polluting to the extent of what airlines pollute. In fact, they are going to exceed what airlines pollute the environment.
absolutely. Of course, if we are using more and more
So
AI, it consumes.
it's
Yeah.
a established fact. But
Okay.
all I'm saying is it would have been good that if you had covered that in your paper.
No, that's good point. Yeah, it would definitely be a good one. We also want to achieve net zero by 2050. That's one target for UAE, and Dubai also have a 2050 net zero target. So tourism definitely would play a role in achieving
Great.
that.
For example, you could have covered what is the percentage of vehicles that are flying are electric versus, let's say, fuel-based,
Good point. Yeah, good
taxi,
point. That's
right?
the RTA by next year said 100% of their vehicles will be
What is
electric
the
or
power
hybrid.
generation mode in, for example, Dubai? Is it all oil-based, or is it, solar-based, or is it, whatever,
Very
right?
good. Yeah, good points. Thank you.
Great. All right, but overall, great. Thank you so much. I'm
Thank
sure,
you very much. I
yeah,
really
this
appreciate
will go
your
into way
feedback,
forward.
and these are very valuable inputs to look at it from a different angle as well. So thank you very much, and all the best for all the participants. Any other questions?
Mr. Srijit, yeah, thank you so much for the wonderful presentation. I have a suggestion. It would be better if you could have made some specific framework regarding to this, and then did some kind of validation study on that, so that you could have compared how was the situation beforehand and how it has improved now. Then it would have been a very well organized paper, although it is very good right now also, but that would have been more specific. So if you
Sure.
could implement that in future, then that can be a very good option. Thank you.
Perfect. Thank you very much. Yeah. Could be a more comprehensive framework. Could look at pre and post as well, improvements. So definitely these are all very good suggestions. Happy to take it.
Thank you so much for your presentation. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Srijit Bala Subramanian. Now we will proceed to our third paper presentation. The third paper is titled A Study of Value Creation Through Gamification in Online Banking Services. It is being presented by Ms. Vandana Malik. I would request Ms. Vandana Malik to present their research paper.
Okay, before you start with the presentation, I would like to just announce that please restrict your timings to 7 minutes of presentation plus 3 minutes of Q&A session. So kindly keep the time limit in mind. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Vanna Malik and research scholar at ACCF in MIT University, Noida. I am pursuing my PhD under the guidance of Professor Dr. Adarsh Arora. The title of my research paper is Study on Value Creation Through Gamification in Online Banking Services. Now, coming to the introduction part, as we all know, the swift development of digital banking services has changed how consumers engage with financial institutions, making creative approaches necessary to maintain client happiness and engagement. The use of game-like features like points, badges, leaderboards, challenges, and prizes in non-gaming situation to improve user experience and increase engagement is known as gamification. Online banking platform can make the user experience more engaging and rewarding by utilizing gamification, which will promote greater client connections and long-term engagement. Gamification aims to bring about changes in three important aspects of user interactions: cognitive, emotional, and behavioral. Cognitive engagement is the amount of mental energy and concentration users put forth and when utilizing gamified features which are fueled by components such as tasks and challenges that demand active participation. The pleasure, thrill, and sense of achievement users get from awards, badges, and acknowledgement are the source of emotional engagement. Leaderboard, progress indicators, and social sharing all promote consistent involvement and in current interactions, which in turn promote behavioral engagement. To find out the research gap, I have conducted literature review of some papers which are as follows. Now coming to the conceptual model, this is my conceptual model which is based on TCV framework. Here, gamification elements have positive influence on perceived values like social value, economic value, emotional value, epistemic value, functional value, and conditional value. Here, customer engagement is playing the role of mediator between gamification elements and perceived values. Now, coming to the objective. To scrutinize the impact of gamification elements on customer engagement in online banking services, to study the impact of customer engagement on the perceived value dimension in the context of gamified online banking services. Third objective is to develop a conceptual framework that pinpoints the determinants that shape the influence of gamification on the perceived value with mediating effect of customer engagement in the digital banking services. To empirically validate the conceptual model by conducting hypothesis testing. To compare the relationship between gamification element and customer engagement, as well as highlight the unique benefit of this relationship. Last objective is to empirically assess the constructed conceptual model. These are the hypotheses. Gamification elements positively influence customer engagement in online banking services, and customer engagement positively influence the perception of social values in online banking services like customer engagement positively influence the perception of emotional value, economic value, epistemic value, function value, and conditional value. Last, third hypothesis is gamification element positively influence social value, economic value, emotional value, epistemic value, function value, and conditional value, and the customer engagement mediate the relationship between gamification element and value dimension, social, economic, emotional, epistemic, function, and conditional. Now coming to the methodology. For data collection, the study focuses on users of online banking services who interact with gamified features such as rewards, challenges, and progress tracking system. A purposive sampling method is employed to ensure that participants are selected without bias. A sample size of at least 550 respondents is targeted to account for non-response and improve the reliability of the result. A structured questionnaire is used to collect primary data between October and November 2024. The questionnaire is distributed online, targeting users via email and social media platform to maximize reach. The questionnaire consists of the following section with items measured on a 5-point Likert scale. The demographic include age, gender, education, frequency of online banking usage, and familiarity with gamified features. Out of the 550 responses that were collected, 153 were not included in the study because they lacked information or did not finish the attention check questions. Specifically, 77 responses did not match the screening criteria and 70 responses were incomplete. Respondents had the option to discontinue the survey at any time. The PLSM method was used to examine hypotheses and validate study measures using the remaining 250 responses. For data analysis, this study employs a quantitative research designed to analyze the relationship between gamification elements, customer engagement, and value creation in online banking services. The hypotheses were investigated using smart PLSM4 software and partial PLS, a variance-based structural equation modeling technique. A two-phase study of the PLS model was conducted, which included the measurement model, outer model, and the structure model, inner model. After evaluating the measure model for discriminant and convergent validity, the hypotheses were examined and tested using the structure model. A thorough analysis of several factors such as discriminant validity, convergent validity, and reliability is included in the evaluation criteria for the measurement model. Factor loadings and AVE values which exceed 0.5 offer strong proof of convergent validity in the measurement tool. Cronchbeck alpha coefficient and composite reliability scores that surpass the 0.7 criteria are used to measure internal consistency, reliability, and the squared standardized outer loadings for each construct is calculated as part of the reliability assessment process. Now coming to the result part, the strong and significant positive path coefficient indicate that gamification elements significantly enhance customer engagement. This highlights the role of interactive features in motivating and involving users. According to the findings, gamification components have a big impact on consumer engagement, which supports the notion that engaging and interactive features are crucial for holding users' interest and encouraging deep connections. These results support earlier studies and imply that gamification is a useful tactic for increasing consumer happiness and motivation. The study also confirmed the mediating role of customer engagement in driving various value dimensions, for example, emotional value, epistemic value, function value, social value, and economic value. Gamification enhances the emotional satisfaction of customers, creating a sense of enjoyment and fulfillment in traditionally mundane tasks. Gamification encourages curiosity and a drive to learn and engage users greatly value and novelty and learning opportunities it offers. Gamification enhance perceived utility, showing that online banking services are more effective and useful to engage customers. Features like social sharing and leaderboards boost user sense of belonging by increasing the perceived social advantage. Now coming to the implication part, using the framework inside banks and other digital services providers can create gamification tactics that encourage social interaction and progress, among other things, to increase consumer engagement. Regular financial tasks can be made more interesting and meaningful through gamification. Service providers can design tailored, value-driven experiences that appeal to a range of user motivation by comprehending the value dimensions. Through gamification, bank can increase perceived value, strengthen emotional bonds, increase user trust, and promote enduring loyalty. The framework offers a roadmap for enhancing digital adoption by enhancing the appeal and usability of online banking platforms, especially for consumers who are reluctant to adopt digital services. Now coming to the limitation and future direction, the research adopts a cross-sectional approach, capturing data at a single point in time. This restricts the ability. Time out. Thank you. Yes.
Yeah. If it is fine with you, or you want to finish it.
So
Just
this is
finish,
the last
finish it.
slide.
Yeah,
Okay.
please finish.
Okay, thank you, sir. The research adopts a cross-sectional approach, capturing data at a single point in time. This restricts the ability to examine how gamification elements influence customer engagement and value dimensions over time. Here, in this paper, quantitative technique is used, but for future direction, qualitative techniques such as force group interview and longitudinal research may provide a more thorough insight. While the study include key gamification element, achievement based, challenge based, and social interaction, progress oriented, and incentive based, it had not covered all possible gamification features such as narrative elements and augmented reality. Future studies can incorporate these. Future studies can incorporate moderating variables such as demographic, cultural differences, or technology readiness to better understand the condition. The study focuses exclusively on online banking services, limiting its generalizability to other industries such as education, healthcare, or e-commerce. Thank you, sir.
I believe this is your PhD research work.
Yes. No,
So
it's only for conference paper.
only for conference
Yes, sir.
paper. Okay. So have you tried to examine, see, banking is a little serious business, right? I'm not saying that there should not be any fun in it. There can be some fun, but essentially banking is a serious business. And when you say gamification for online banking, I would like to share my personal experience. So whenever I open HDFC mobile banking app, the pop-ups, come and say loyalty points, reward points, this point, that point. I find them pretty annoying, but this is my individual understanding of, how the banks are trying to engage you. I would be a little skeptical of the novelty of the aspect. Had it been an educational context, gamification could have brought out very big rewards. But with the respect to online banking and gamification, to some it would sound like fun, for others it would be a nuisance, right? So that's a different. And one thing I wanted to compliment on, I wanted to compliment you when you said that attention check mechanisms were deployed. This is a very good strategy when you are distributing questionnaire on large scale and you are expecting the respondents to fill with patience and a lot of concentration.
Yes, sir.
And you don't want the data to get corrupted because there is a halo effect. So I'm marking strongly agree, strongly agree. So attention check mechanisms is a good. So that's my compliment to you. Over to Sahe, sir.
Yeah, fantastic presentation, right? I think you went in a very structured way, right? Hypothesis, model, methodology, data analysis, measurement model, everything, right? So that was great, actually, right? Content was also great. So few observations. One is it appeared more like reading the slides, right?
Yes, sir.
So it was very monotonous. So they could have been. It is gaming, right? It could have been some fun. IPL देखते हो आप?
सर कभी-कभी
देखते हो? It is fun, right?
Yes, sir.
So online banking में वो fun है?
सर
मतलब
ऑनलाइन
जो gamification of online banking में.
सर एक्चुअली मैं I personally
interested in gaining points by using credit cards or debit card.
Why?
So during shopping, I get some points like free shopping on 2000 points or 3000 points.
So we have two sets of customer where you like the points, where sir said it is irritating, distracting, right? So you have not covered the negative aspects of gamification,
Yes, sir. This can be the limitation.
right? Okay.
Yes, sir.
Because IPL, some people don't like it. It waste of national time. Some people may say that, right? Which is actually if you one aspect is that also, right? But it is fun also. It motivates you also, right? So it's both ways, and it generates revenue also. 50,000 crore just add revenue. So a lot of people get jobs, right? Okay. So what is the basic value of banking?
Value of value creation in banking.
Yeah. Why do people bank?
Uh, banks want to earn profit
No. Bank ka chodo. Why do people want to bank? What is the value that they get?
from banking. Uh,
You had that value slide. Go back over there. So where is the basic value of banking addressed in this? Go back. No, that model.
model.
Yeah. Yeah, model of study.
Okay.
So which is the most important value which the banking addresses?
Functional value.
What is that functional value? What is the function here?
Like uh, securing their deposits.
Securing those deposits, right?
Yes.
If securing this deposit is not good,
Hmm.
right? For example, bank goes bankrupt, and if it is not giving good returns on their FD, right? Or if you go and you have to stand in the queue for half an hour, right? Or you call a customer care center, right? You are waiting for half an hour, right? So will gamification help?
No, sir.
It will not help, right? Okay. So I think you have to cover the reverse aspects of the gamification also. That was missing over here, right? But yeah, and presentation could be more fun. Okay. All right. Okay. Thank you very much.
Please wait. Please wait there. Please wait. Please go back to your objectives. Yeah. See, in the third objective and the sixth objective, in the sixth objective, you are saying to empirically assess the constructed conceptual model.
Yes.
So, don't you think so that you can club the third and the sixth objective? When you make a conceptual model, you obviously assess that model, right? So there is no need to write a sixth objective separately for the model, right?
Yes.
Another thing is that you have taken a sample size of 550.
550 respondents.
How did you calculate this sample size?
Ma'am, I sent the questionnaire to 550 respondents by WhatsApp.
How did you decide that you will send to 550 respondents only?
Ma'am,
There is always a formula that you consider when you take a sample size, right? You cannot decide the sample size randomly. So on what basis have you taken this figure of 550?
ma'am, वैसे see randomly.
Yeah, please decide on that. You cannot take a random figure for sample. You have to have a logic why you have taken 550, right? There is always a formula which is used for the sample size.
I think that formula is based on pilot study. Like if we are doing pilot study of 50 respondents, then we have to take 10 times more than that. That is the formula. I don't think so.
Please fine.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Vandana Malik. Now we will proceed to our fourth research paper. The fourth paper is titled Influence of Artificial Intelligence, Recommendations on Impulsive Retail Buying Experience, a Thematic Analysis. It is being presented by Ikra Tabasum. I request Ikra Tabasum to present their research paper.
यही वाला है ना? ठीक
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Ikra Tabassum, and I'm honored to present my research paper titled Influence of Artificial Intelligence Recommendations on Impulsive Retail Buying Experience, a Thematic Analysis. This work is co-authored with Professor Debarshi Mukherjee, and I'll be presenting the key findings with you all. Artificial intelligence has reformed the retail industry. Enabling businesses to provide personalized customer experiences, optimize operations, and boost revenue. Some key applications include demand forecasting, inventory management, predictive analytics, dynamic pricing, etc. However, the most important and transformative tool is the recommendation systems, which have defined the way consumers discover new products and services. Recommendation system work on massive databases. It tracks your browsing history, your purchase history, and even subtle patterns like the amount of time spent on viewing a product. Based on this data, it generates tailored recommendations as per your preferences and provide recommendations which predict your next purchase. This system leverages various technologies like machine learning, collaborative filtering, and deep learning. We can see here Amazon and Netflix have earned more than 35% Amazon sales, and 75% of Netflix engagements are due to AI recommendation systems. So these systems directly translate into revenue and consumer engagement. But these systems just don't predict, they influence. By simplifying choices, reducing decision fatigue, and presenting highly relevant suggestions, AI recommendation system actively shape consumer behavior in the messy middle phase. Messy middle phase is a chaotic phase in the consumer journey where individual oscillates between exploring and evaluating options. So, by offering curated options and simplified decision making, AI reduces the cognitive overload of this phase and create an emotionally engaging experience that encourages unplanned purchases. Unplanned purchases or impulse buy refers to the spontaneous, emotionally driven purchases which are made without prior intentions. Unlike planned purchases, it's characterized by minimal deliberation and often stems from external triggers. The objectives of our study to examine how AI-driven recommendation system influence impulsive buying through psychological triggers. And the second is to explore how behavioral and psychological theories underpin these influences. To address these objectives, we adopted a rigorous qualitative methodology of Braun and Class 2006 six-phase framework of thematic analysis. So these are the 6 steps. The first one is familiarization with the data. Second is generation in initial codes. Third one is a searching for the themes. The fourth is reviewing themes. The fifth one is defining and naming the themes. The last is producing the report. So the first theme that we have identified after doing a literature review is urgency. Urgency is a psychological trigger that leverages time-sensitive cues to compel consumers to act immediately. AI system exploit this by embedding countdown timers, stock scarcity notifications, and dynamic pricing into their recommendation systems. This theme aligns with some supporting theories like prospect theory, which explains that consumers are more sensitive to potential losses than gains. This also aligns with the queue utilization theory, which states that under pressure, consumers focus on prominent contextual cues. Additionally, nudge theory also explains how subtle interventions like personalized urgency cues, like only one left, guide consumer to act without feeling coerced. So while urgency creates an emotional pressure, AI also simplifies decision making by reducing mental effort. This brings us to the second theme, that is cognitive ease and decision making shortcuts. Cognitive ease refers to the mental simplicity that the consumer experience while making decisions. AI recommendation system achieve this by presenting curated recommendations intuitive interfaces, and heuristic cues like top picks or bestsellers. This is supported by some theories which are HSM and dual process theory. Some examples here are Spotify Discover Weekly or Netflix Top Picks are perfect example. So by curating options, these platforms reduce decision fatigue and make consumer feel confident in their own choices. So in addition to simplifying the decision making process, the power of social validation to drive impulsive buyer is also important. So here are our third theme. Social influence is a powerful motivator that drives behavior through peer validation and conformity. AI recommendation system also leverages by integrating features like customer rating, reviews, popularity indicators such as trending now or most popular. We have some supporting theories here as well. The first one is social influence theory, which states that how collective behavior validates individual decisions. Consumers are more likely to put to trust and purchase products that appear to be popular or endorsed by others. Like there are some signals like frequently bought together or people who bought this also bought this. So these are the cues that nudge consumers to align with the group behavior. Now we have explored these themes individually. Let's examine how these themes work together to create a unified framework. So this is a table. The first one is the theme, code, and examples. Urgency triggers emotional responses, compelling consumers to act quickly. Cognitive ease simplifies the decision making process, making impulsive action feel natural and effortless. Social influence validates these actions, reducing hesitation and fostering trust. So, our finding reveals that AI recommendation system enhances engagement and drives sales, but they also raises some ethical concerns. Over dependence on these psychological triggers can lead to compulsive buying over time, some financial strains, and diminished trust. Also, algorithm bias is another issue, like promoting specific sellers or excluding alternatives reduces consumer autonomy and diversity in choices. Recently, Amazon and Flipkart has been accused for this case. Thirdly, algorithms that prioritize personalization can create a filter bubble, which can restrict consumer choices and diversity. In conclusion, we can say that yes, AI recommendation system significantly influence impulsive buying behavior by leveraging urgency, cognitive ease, and social validation. So the businesses must adopt explainable AI as sometimes these recommendation systems are considered as a black box because how they are giving the recommendation to consumers is still unknown to them. So this can create distrust among consumers for the long run. So businesses must adopt explainable AI to ensure consumers must understand why certain products are recommended. Thank you.
Yeah, so great presentation. I think it was structured very well, right? You covered a lot of things, fantastic. And some of the things which are not covered in the initial part, you covered in the later part. So wonderful, right? Um, so you watch Netflix?
Yes.
Hmm? So doesn't it get boring at times? It keeps on suggesting the same and same things to you,
Yes, sir.
right? So it gets so boring that you switch to other OTT. At least it happens with me, right? How can AI work around this? Because your title is basically influence of AI recommendation on impulsive retail buying experience, right? So if I were to take the example of Netflix, how can AI make that better? Uh, so that part I didn't get it over here, but what do you think?
So, I guess explainable AI, like we should get the features of like to change the preferences and something, and there is also always an option to explore more, like which should be like different from the existing preferences.
Right. So I think there is a feature in Netflix. I don't know if you have tried it. Surprise me. Right.
No,
So,
sir.
so that is there. Okay. But then you said other features. So uh, recommender systems work on your personal preferences, right? And I was glad to see, the other aspects that you covered related to, force in-house brands, right? Force false urgency, right? All those things. And, there are ethical issues over here, right? So for example, if you go to gambling, if you go to casino, right? Pretty much like on a cigarette pack, right? There's a statutory warning, right? Uh, you know, uh, maybe a parallel can be drawn, right? That, there should be laws, right, to bring statutory warning against it, right? That this is, something which could be addictive. Impulsing buying is addictive, right? So aspect of addiction, right, probably could be addressed, right? And third is that the data privacy, which is aspect is there, that has to be addressed very well over here, right? When you're using AI, you're using the data of the people, right? And it's a forceful free data that you are collecting, almost forceful, right? And that the bigger question that probably needs to be addressed is, should the customer be paid for it, right, for the data that is being used, right? So these are some of the observations, right? But great, thank you.
Ma'am. Thank you. Sir. I'm echoing what sir just said. So first of all, fantastic presentation. And sir asked you a question that when AI becomes boring, what can you do? So probably you can collaborate with the researcher who was exploring the gamification in online banking. So that can be one marriage area where AI, when it gets boring, you can couple it with gamification to bring new fervor or new enthusiasm into it. And I think Netflix has started experimenting with it. So when a movie plot is shown, so they ask you random questions. You know the main character or main lead of this movie also starred in that movie and that kind of. So as of now, the incentives aren't there. What sir said, it was a beautiful point that if few incentives could be attached to it via gamification model. So AI recommendation system can do a lot of good to the thing. And the second question, this is not a question basically. It is, I wanted to give you a contrarian view to think about it. And this contrarian view is very simplistic in nature, but that tells you how big people or celebrities used to handle. So if you remember how many colors of t-shirts and trousers Steve Jobs had in his wardrobe? How many colors? How many colors of t-shirts and trousers Steve Jobs had in his wardrobe?
Color.
Only one color. Do you know why? He did not want to waste even single minute of his life, productive life, in deciding which colors to wear on. Yeah. So that is another area that you can take into consideration, because when you make AI that simple, maybe people get involved in AI, don't feeling like getting involved. So you onboard them without troubling them so much. If there could be seamless experience like Steve Jobs had with his wardrobe. So all he had to do is open the wardrobe and take whatever first t-shirt or first trouser that comes out of it. Because the guy does not need to spend minutes to think which color should I wear today, right? So this is all. And thank you. Devashri sir को हमारा नमस्ते और आदाब कहिएगा. Thank you.
Yeah, as they have already discussed, I would like to add on that don't you think that this artificial intelligence recommendations are leading towards more of buying by people and which are spoiling the sustainability factor, which is hampering the sustainability factor because we get too attracted to all these advertisements and your engagements through AI that people do not think before buying. And a lot of attraction is there, but which is not good for the country. So in a way, it is hampering the country, right? So that also aspect has to be taken into account that how we can reduce and increase we can reduce the impulsive buying of the customers and increase the sustainability in the country. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Thank you. I think the last presenter.
Thank you, Ikra Tabassum, for presenting your research paper. Now we will proceed to our fifth paper presentation. The fifth paper is titled Influence of Artificial Intelligence and Personalization Strategies on Consumer Manipulation, a thematic literature review. It is being presented by Fahad Makhdoumi. I request Fahad Makhdoumi to present their research paper.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Fahad Makhdoumi. I have done my master's from Jamia Millia Islamia, and I'm here to present my paper. The title is Influence of Artificial Intelligence and Personalization Strategies on Consumer Manipulation. The paper is co-authored by Professor Debashi Mukherjee of Jamia Millia Islamia. So, as we all know that artificial intelligence is an application of human intelligence by machine. So it utilizes human data to to influence consumer behavior, and it changes the consumer engagement by hyper targeting marketing and data driven experiences that allows personalization, recommendation, customized advertising, and dynamic pricing. So with the and we further go that at AI in marketing, it drives the rapid advancement in information technologies within marketing sciences. It enables data-driven strategies to engage consumer. But that raises the concern with the AI. The growth of algorithm raises ethical concerns about consumer manipulation, and algorithm overlook the consumer vulnerabilities, prioritizing business gain and consumer welfare. So what are the AI personalization strategies? There are four main strategies are there. First is behavior profiling. Here, what artificial intelligence with the help of personalization does, they create a profile of a consumer based on their behavior, past histories, and searches and everything. And with that, they try to engage consumer in it. And with the second one is targeted advertisement. So after behavioral profiling, what they do targeted advertisement to the consumer that deliver message designed to resonate deeply with the user. The third is dynamic pricing. Dynamic pricing means the adjustment of prices related to the consumer needs and the urgency of the consumer, which aims to maximize profit while offering customized pricing and individual consumers. The fourth is data overreach, means the over collection of data by the AI and personalization tools that raises ethical concern of privacy, especially when sensitive personal information is exploited with explicit consent. So the baseline theory of the research, the first is nudge theory that describe how subtle suggestion guide behavior without removing freedom of choices. The second is filter bubble theory that highlights how personalization creates isolated content ecosystem. Third is persuasion and knowledge model, explores consumer awareness of persuasion tactics and how marketing strategies might bypass this knowledge to influence consumer decisions. The objective of the study is first to examine the influence of artificial intelligence on decision making. The second to discuss concern regarding manipulation of the consumer. And the third to how do filter bubble and echo chamber by AI personalization influence consumer behavior. The methodology is approached by the Brown and Clark 2006 model with 6 phases of thematic analysis. The first is familiarization with the data. Second is generating initial codes. Third is searching for the themes. Fourth is reviewing the themes. Fifth, defining and naming the themes. And the sixth is production of report. This is the table. The first theme is manipulation through filter bubble and echo chamber. The data that has been extracted is limited content exposure, reinforced belief, lack of diversity, and habit forming. The codes are filter bubble, echo chamber, consent alignment, critical thinking, tailored experiences, user experiences. The second is personalization and consumer autonomy. Decision-making freedom, freedom of choices, target weaknesses, interactions are the data extractions, and the codes are consumer autonomy, exploits vulnerabilities, and engagement mechanism. The first theme, consumer manipulation through filter bubbles and echo chamber. So AI algorithm tailor content based on consumers' behavior and their past experiences, and they give the consumer, they try to create a refined consumer into a bubble, that what you think, what are your beliefs, and what are your behavior. You will get the content and the suggestion like that. The platforms like Facebook, YouTube, Instagram uses this. The second is the echo chambers. Echo chamber enforce narrow ideas with filter bubbles that strengthens cognitive biases like confirmation biases that distorts reality and perpetuate misinformation. What its impact on consumer behavior? It's funnel the ideological homogeneous group, personalized ads, exploits biases through micro-targeting, and ethical concerns regarding is the lack of transparency, emotional manipulation by the artificial intelligence personalization. And the example is Facebook 2014 emotional manipulation experiment. The second theme is effect of AI personalization on consumer autonomy. AI personalization blurs the line between assistance and manipulation sometimes. Social media algorithm prioritize on habit formation, and it generates a kind of addiction towards the consumer, and they get into a habit loop, and with the endless content that has been shown by these platforms. It influences consumer autonomy with persuasion that influences choices while allowing informed decisions. Second is coercion, actively stops individual choices by exploiting personal beliefs and value. And third is deception, means the giving misleading information or false information or half truths that exploits consumer weaknesses and impact informed consumer autonomy. So what are the framework for responsible AI deployment? There have been some frameworks. The first is Information Technology Rules of 2011, which talks about transparency and consent. The second is Digital Personal Data Protection Act 2023, that talks about use of personal information, the use of consent, use of personal information, use of content, consent, and the transparency also. And it also aligns with the global regulation of GDPR and CCPA. The second is consumer trust, to generate trust through data sovereignty and informed consent. The Niti Aayog's National Strategy for Artificial Intelligence emphasizes on the transparency part and the use of ethical values in the AI. The ethical AI, it comes the third, the ethical data collection and clear algorithm to prevent discrimination, regular consumer education on AI algorithm through and its role in manipulation of the consumer. So discussion and future directions. AI personalization delivers value of predictive analysis and recommendation system and its boost consumer engagement. But there is a concern of habit formation, behavioral nudging, and risks and addiction risk, and cognitive issues. And there is a need for an AI tool that encourage healthy, controllable user habits. Ethical concerns, behavioral profiling, micro-targeting, scarcity marketing, and manipulative messages are also there. Future direction. The increase in transparency should be there to build trust and reduce undue influences, mitigate bias through diverse data set and regular fairness check, offer user-friendly controls of AI, and foster collaboration among developers, industries, and government, educate consumer about the use of AI personalization and manipulation, and ensure technologies align with the ethical principles of the government. The conclusion, the key findings is AI recommendation, AI personalization, tailored recommendation, and dynamic pricing, but there's a risk of addiction, psychological weaknesses, and FOMO create filter bubbles restricting diversity. And the proposed solution should be to implement regulatory frameworks, regular audit of AI algorithm, and stakeholder collaboration to check and balances to promote ethical AI in design of ensure inclusivity. Thank you.
Again, it was a good presentation, but same thing, the one who has presented before you, that sector is same. You are also talking about
Yes,
the
with
same
consumer
sector,
behavior.
right? Okay. What do you think that how can you increase the transparency with the consumers?
Ma'am, the first is sometimes what happens, what I have feel personally, that when we download a app or something, there is lots of terms and conditions, and we allow everything. So the transparency should be to tell the consumer where their personal data is going to be used, who are responsible if there is something happens with their personal data. That will create a sense of transparency among the consumers, that okay, do I have to give my data to this particular company, particular business, or do I don't have to give them to them?
But that already the sites are doing that. They ask for your
Ma'am, there
consent.
has to be an increase in the transparency, that what I have said.
So that how can you increase more? This is one thing that they are already doing. They are asking you, right? But when you are downloading the data,
Yes, ma'am.
and this is already going, all the consumer data is going to the companies, right? But they are not restricting on the kind of data, like what all profiles need to be there, right? Anybody, they are only asking you for the consent of your data, but they are not restricting the information of what can be downloaded, right?
One thing that
So do you think that is possible?
Yes, ma'am, it is possible. If I am using an app or a social media platform, so it asks me to allow many things, from my camera to my so if there is a certain level of transparency, so I can manage that. Okay, I don't have to give the access of my camera to that company, to that app, and with that I can increase my transparency.
You can think about that and see how you can create certain algorithms more to restrict the privacy of the customers, right?
I think I don't know if I missed it or not, but by the way, a great topic, right? And great presentation. Overall structure of the presentation was fantastic, right? Just help me understand one aspect. Uh, you know, um, it's a vicious loop actually.
Yes.
You get into, right? That you get manipulated into watching, for example, Netflix. You get watching into a certain kind of content, right? Let's say crime thrillers, right? Then more and more crime thrillers will start coming. Then you keep on watching. Then you influence your peer group also, right? So overall, society and a country level, you are basically start to promote more of crime thrillers, which obviously will have on social implications and impact on the crime rate, right? Which we are seeing, by the way, right? Uh, how do you kind of basically, because your topic was influence of artificial influence and personalization strategy on consumer manipulation,
Yes.
right? Okay. Um, what is the framework that exists to basically, or what you are trying to address, which measures this, consumer manipulation?
Sir, uh, right now I don't have uh, knowledge about that, but I think the Data Protection Act of 2023, that works on the consumer personal data and everything.
No, that works on collection of the personal data and all that. But because you are being manipulated,
Yes,
right?
sir.
To what extent that you are being manipulated is not known,
Yes, sir.
right? So the agencies need to know that, right? Then only they can act, right? Because these all acts are so. What you have addressed is the part of data collection,
Yes, sir.
which will help in basically manipulating. So you're saying, don't collect the data, or at least let them know. But once the damage has been done, okay, right? To what extent you have been manipulated? How do you take care of that? That is not addressed in your this thing,
Okay, sir.
or the papers that you have studied.
Okay, sir.
है
I
ना?
will note it
Because
down.
that is important.
Yeah, sure, sir.
है ना? Right? For example, if a person is suffering from, let's say, some disease, right? For example, cancer, right? So it is very important to see first to what extent the cancer has spread,
Exactly.
right? Okay. Or if we give a medicine to cure the cancer, to what extent it has cured, But to what extent we have basically, spread the cancer of manipulation already, right? Because then you have built a demand for it. So if you start to stop it, it cannot be stopped. It has become an addiction already,
It been there.
right? For example, reels have become an addiction already, right? But to what extent people are getting to realize that they have become addict of it? There's nothing, right?
Okay,
So,
so I will note
है
it
ना?
down and I
So
will
that
work
I
on
think
it.
aspect was missing. Yeah.
Okay, sir. I will work out.
I have only one suggestion. Could you rephrase the word customer manipulation or something? I mean, it does sound little offensive,
Yes, sir.
right? And nobody would like to get manipulated.
Okay.
So you can think of a word which does the same job but sounds little less offensive,
Okay.
right? Thank you.
Just one more thing. In one of your slides, you had written eco and eco.
Eco chamber.
हाँ, eco chamber, but slide के top में आपने ECO लिखा हुआ था, which is like sustainability related thing. Eco,
Okay,
eco
very-
digital,
I
right?
that.
So
sorry
just
for
be
that.
careful.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
That was the last presentation. We are just waiting for the call and then we will over the मैं करूँगी आपको फिर ऑन करके उठाने होंगे ना मैं इसीलिए
Better safe than sorry.
Will be announced in the validity. Okay, so we will be giving the certificates now.
Pleasure. I'll be that and we'll definitely look forward to have even for a small depending on your you can reach out to me on my phone. Yeah. I've taken your back. I'm based in Kabul. So I there was two. And sometimes I come from Philadelphia, so we have a small family business over there. I get late in Philadelphia, so then stay in the morning and start from Philadelphia. Travel is have that route which goes to Hapur. So Philadelphia is it's beyond Ghaziabad, but before it's about another 28 30.
Now I would request Pooja ma'am to kindly present the certificates to our esteemed session chairs. Dr. Dr. Tarun Singhal. Dr. Tarun. Mr. Ganesh Sahai. Now I would request our esteemed session chairs and Pooja ma'am to kindly hand over the certificates to the presenters.
I would like to thank all the session chairs for their wonderful participation and their insightful sessions. And we would request you to kindly join us for lunch. And if there is anything you would like to say, you are most welcome, both of you, before we proceed for lunch. Please go and sit.
One thing I would like is that doing the review is great, right? But try to touch upon some new ideas, right? And be very clear about the fundamentals that have been talked about, right? But amazing approach, amazing slide deck, right? Amazing the way you carried out of the stage. It was such a delight to watch. Right? Well done.
नहीं उनके साथ करानी थी करवा क्या चीज सर्टिफिकेट्स लेते भी करानी थी उनके साथ यस सर
Same.
Perspectives, ideas, and practical takeaways on how to champion sustainability and value creation in your own way. We are truly fortunate to have renowned experts and thoughtful leaders as our session chairs today, whose invaluable insights and guidance will enrich our discussion on ESG and value creation. I would like to share a few words about our session chairpersons. We have with us Dr. Monomita Nandi, who is currently a professor in accounting and finance at Brunel Business School, Brunel University of London, UK, and the Vice Dean International of the College of Business, Arts and Social Sciences. She has completed her two PhDs from the University of Calcutta, India, and University of Rome, Tor Vergata, Italy. Prior to joining Brunel University, she held academic and research positions at Lully Business School, New York, Redbound University, Holland, Surrey, University, UK, and leading institutions in India. She is very popular among students and obtained student-less best teacher awards. She is awarded for her innovative and technology-led teaching. She is interested in interdisciplinary research focused on digitization and achievements of sustainable development growth, alongside her research in emerging issues on corporate finance. Her research has been published into various peer-reviewed journals. She acts as an associate editor of the leading journals as well. She is the chair of the Southeast Group of the British Accounting and Finance Association, vice chair research engagement at EICBI, a member of IMA Technology Solutions and Practices Committee USA, a board member of the Center of AI and lab leader at Center for Entrepreneurship and Sustainability, Brunel University, London. She is also a research advisor at companies in UK and abroad, like QI Digital, UK, and Exaria, Nigeria. Welcome, ma'am.
Thank you. Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. I'll introduce all the speakers and then we'll go forward with the session. So
Okay,
we
thank
have with us our second speaker, that is Dr. Ashok Sharma, sir. He is Dean Academics, IMT Center for Distance Learning. His expertise of over 29 years in academia and industry is grounded in a robust academic foundation, holding a doctorate in marketing and further enhanced by his training as a case study teacher from Harvard, a prestigious credential that underscores his commitment to excellence in management education. Dr. Sharma has been instrumental in designing and delivering MDPs that have empowered professionals across various sectors, including public sector undertakings, corporates, small and medium-sized enterprises. His training expertise encompasses key areas such as sales, CRM, communication, strategic thinking, and strategy development, positioning him as a sought-after resource in the professional development landscape. I would request Dr. Punita ma'am to come forward with a sapling to be offered to sir as a token of respect. I hope we could have been in the position to hold down the sapling to Monipita ma'am as well. we would send you an e-sapling and greetings from our side.
Yeah. Thank you.
Next in the order, we have Dr. Geeta Mishra, who is an associate professor at the Department of Continuing Education and Extension, DCEE, University of Delhi. She specializes in the area of human resource management, organization behavior, and gender studies. She is a trainer in the area of soft skills development for professionals in the banking and corporate sector. She has also conducted training sessions for BSF officers and executives from various countries on topics related to workforce diversity and inclusion, stress management, building resilience, and case writing and teaching. She has published case studies with Ivy League, IMD Losnia, Journal of International Business Education, which are listed in Harvard and are taught and discussed by facilitators across various countries. She has also published papers in journals of national and international repute and has rich teaching and research experience of more than 17 years of UG, PG, and PhD programs. She is the reviewer and editorial board of National and International Journal of Repute. Her training interests include team building, negotiation and conflict management, diversity and inclusion, and leadership in the digital era. Her research interests include performance management systems, gender studies, entrepreneurship, and qualitative analysis. She is actively engaged in doing projects and taking sessions for the Ministry of Social Justice and Empowerment and development of executive courses for Ministry of External Affairs under the ITEC program. She has actively organized various workshops, conferences, and seminars on contemporary topics related to human resource management. She has done her PhD from Jamia Millia Islamia, University, New Delhi, MCOM from Delhi University, India. Besides this, she completed her MBA and also had a brief stint at IMA for the faculty development program. She was also deputed to RMIT Australia for taking a course on human resource management during a study abroad program. I would request again Punita ma'am to felicitate the guest. Thank you, ma'am. I would request Alina to take the session forward with the paper presentation aspect.
A very good afternoon. We will start this session by a welcome address on ESG by Dr. Monumita Nandi. Ma'am, you can start the session.
Thank you very much. And thank you for your lovely introduction and for inviting me to be with esteemed speakers here. And thank you, Punita, Rishi, Atul, and other colleagues who are in the organizing committee. So I would like to, can I share my presentation? Let me see. How can I? Oh, where is it? Sorry about that. I'm just. Can't I share only the presentation? I think the presentation is now showing properly, right?
Yes, ma'am, we can see you.
Yeah. Okay, thank you very much. So I have been asked to talk about ESG and value creation. This is something very interesting to me because I do lots of research around ESG. And you might know that me, Punita, and then other colleagues from Amity, when Indian government was asking for a consultation to change the reporting, sustainability reporting, we all worked together and we managed to produce a new reporting framework, which is now mandatory for top 1,000 companies from 2022. And India became the first country in the world to get a complete sustainability reporting model compared to other countries, because in different countries you can see there are reporting standards related to climate, related to modern slavery, or different sustainable goals. But India is the first country to introduce a complete sustainable reporting model and mandate it for top 1,000 companies, so which is really good. So this is something that I want to start with. So this is the live news from BBC now. So today, whole UK and is struggling with the storm Aeon. So their flights are cancelled, the schools are shutting down, and then there is no train. And thank God that this side of London is not affected. So why I'm telling this? Because this is a rare red weather warning. Usually we get yellow or amber warning, but red warning means it's the life could be in danger, and million people are asked to stay at home. So why I'm saying this? So are we responsible for those type of events? So every day in news you will see lots of similar natural disasters are happening. Recently we have all seen what was happening in California and the wildfire. So in some places, wildfire in US, they are having a rare snowstorm. So the weather is not settled in any place. So are we responsible? If you ask me, my answer would be yes. And when I say we, means what is the responsibility of the corporate in this whole story? So this is an example that I want to share with you. So I don't know whether it is, you can read it properly. I can read it out. So this is the extract from the Coca-Cola's 2021 report. So they said the commitment builds on our long history of integrating our social and environmental commitments into every decision and action we take, because we believe that our environmental impact, along with socio-economic development of our communities, are integral to our future growth. Net zero by 2040 has been integrated into management incentives. So this is the extract from their annual report now from 2021. So what they are trying to say that in all their activities, they are embedding the ESG and especially the environmental commitment, because if they are able to embed the environmental commitment properly, then they can do so many good things for the society. And there would be some socio-economic development as a result of embedding this environmental commitment. So they are saying that we are committed to environment. Now, as a result, they are also putting the bottom section about the dividend. So in the same year, they are saying during 2021, we paid the 2020 dividend, that's fine, 0.64 euros per share. This was a 3.2% increase compared to the prior year and represented an increase in our payout ratio to 54%, above our usual targeted range of 35 to 45%. So if their target was 45% increase in dividend, but they are paying 54%, that's really a good number. And that would attract lots of investors, lots of clients. It gives a clear indication that they are doing really good financially. So, is there any relationship between this environmental commitment and this increase in dividend? Yes, there is a strong relationship, and we can prove that by our research. So I will explain that we have not done any case study on Coca-Cola, but how we try to apply those knowledge of there might be a good relationship between companies' commitment towards ESG and how that could be reflected in their financial performance. So then the next challenge here is that even if the companies are saying that we are doing that many good things, the question is, are they really doing good things? So there could be some incidents where they are saying something, but they're doing something else. So, which we are quite aware of the term greenwashing. So, there are companies where they are reporting about something very good, that they are saying they are making climate claims, but actually they are not reducing their operational impact on climate. So if you are saying that I'm trying to reduce my adverse impact on climate, that's good, but you cannot keep on saying the same thing for a long time. You have to show us an evidence that you are actually taking care of the climate, or you are actually taking care of the society, because these three components are closely related to each other. Now, there could be four categories of greenwashing. It could be information related, image related, process related, and product related. So there are several research around different categories of greenwashing, because sometimes only the way they represent the information could be a signal for greenwashing, or sometimes they put the data in such a way that we have not yet we have not polluted that much, but because we changed our process. That could be a very good example that they changed their process to make it more sustainable and environment friendly, or they can change their product life cycle, or they can even change the product. And like the way now you are giving saplings to all the speakers, but if you think about 3-4 years ago, in every conference we used to give people the plastic folders and their plastic pens. So we were actually not taking care of the environment. So day by day, we are becoming more conscious about those things. So this is a really good approach. And like in our universities, we have been told that we have to use nature-friendly product as a gift. So none of our gift are our gifts, even corporate gifts, cannot be containing any plastic or anything like that. So the things are changing, but it will take time. Now, when we go back to corporate, then there are several examples that different companies, they were not giving the right information, and there was potential greenwashing by high emitting companies. So though they were saying that we are taking care of climate, we are taking care of society, but actually they were doing heavy carbon emission. And because they were doing, in this paper by Wadri et al., is a very interesting story that they tried to do voluntary disclosure when these companies were not required to produce their climate carbon emission report, but still they were doing that to show that they are so conscious and that they are taking care of climate, but actually these were done by the high emitting companies. So this is definitely a kind of greenwashing. Now, we need to understand that how to find out that whether the companies are doing greenwashing or not. So I'm just going back one slides here. So we all know what is E, S, and G, but I would just like to give a brief about this. So so in under E, we talk about how much energy the company are consuming, how much waste they are producing, and the resources they require to reduce the waste, and the impact on living beings. So it could be human beings, it could be animal species, any species. So definitely is heavily dependent on carbon emission. And so we expect the companies to be more cautious about how much carbon they are emitting from their product, from their process, and how that is affecting the society in general, because that is also related to the company reputation. So it comes under S. So company would definitely need to take care of their labor relationship. They have to be they have to have a diverse board for their companies, and they have to have one inclusive approach where they are including everyone in their journey. And they should be that flexible that they can operate in any diverse society, and these are all related to each other. So E, S, and G are heavily engaged with each other, so you cannot take out E without considering G or without considering S. So, and in the G we talk about the rules and regulations. So if the company is not following the national regulations or the framework they need to follow, or if they don't have their own proper strategy, then they would be never ever able to achieve the ES target. So these three components are well knitted with each other. Now, as I was talking about greenwashing, it's really important to understand what the companies are doing, how they are reporting. So what we did, this paper is going to be published very soon, because we are just doing some minor corrections. It's already accepted in a leading journal. So in this paper, we focused on the UK companies, FTSE companies. Why? Because last year and the year before, there were several news flying around that UK companies would not be able to achieve the net zero target by the target deadline. So we started thinking that what is the reason that people are talking about not being able to achieve? What are the challenges? And we, the researchers, can we contribute to some extent in this discussion so that the companies would understand what they need to do, and even the policymakers would understand where things are going wrong and how much funding they need, whether they need any extra support skills or anything from other countries or not. Because, and the other reason was UK is the first G20 nation where they kind of made it mandatory, the comprehensive climate related disclosure. So from 6th of April 2022, the large businesses, including the financial institutions, they are asked to report about their climate impact. So how their activities, their process, their products, their services are affecting climate. So they have to prepare an impact report, and based on the TCFD recommendation. So they were asked to follow the TCFD, the climate financial disclosure model framework. So even to assist the companies, and TCFD is not only mandatory in the UK, it is mandatory in Australia, France, and many other countries. So I think almost 28 or 32 countries already adopted TCFD and made it mandatory for mostly the big companies. And but if you think about any economy where more than 90% is small business. So if they are in the supply chain of the big companies, or if they are one of the clients, then they also need to change their practices, because if they don't change their practice, they cannot be counted as a supplier in the supply chain of big companies. So the big companies always depend on the small companies. So to assist those companies to um, see that how they should prepare their impact statement and how they should disclose those things. So in every COP, I think in COP 28 and 29 also, they organize some training program, because it's really important to train the companies, and we researchers could play a big role here if we could do some serious research around those frameworks to understand how the frameworks could be adopted by many companies, and how we can revise that, and how we can encourage the companies in adopting an internal governance system and risk management frameworks to capture the climate risk and also the socioeconomic benefits. Because if they can achieve some targets, and if they can control the risk properly, definitely they would make more money out of it. So they can attract good number of investors, clients, and their product would get a good market. But then again, the question is TCFD effective enough in achieving these net zero targets? So as I said, that it's really important to understand that what type of changes we need to make in this framework. The framework, when any framework is introduced, there would be just like the software, like when you buy iPhone or any other product, there might be they install something which is not going to work properly, then they take the feedback and then they modify it. So similar to that, we also need to think about the climate change and impact of corporate impact on climate change is a very complex topic. It's not that easy. So we asked this question, that how do companies change their approach to climate disclosure? Why disclosure? Because if they are not disclosing what they are doing, then we will not have data to analyze, and the stakeholders cannot understand what the companies are doing, and if they are doing good or bad, then accordingly they can put their money in there, and the companies could get good clients. So everyone needs to take a collective, this is a collective effort, and so disclosure is a really important factor here. So what we did, we went through related literature, and we found that the stakeholders' engagement in the literature is really important, even in practice. So every company got several stakeholders, and there is always a high demand these days that, okay, you are giving me more dividend, fine. Are you sustainable? So can you sustain for a long time? Can you continue to do this type of similar activities, or can you improve? Are you doing innovative activities? Do you have enough money to put in for green projects? Or are you taking care of equality in your business? So there is an immense pressure from the stakeholders on the firm. And if the companies cannot deal with this pressure, or if they don't address the stakeholders' concerns, they cannot survive. So this is a globalized world, and here it's very difficult to survive. And I can give you a good example here, that 2 years back during Christmas time, suddenly it came in the news that all the cards, the greeting cards from the superstores are now taken off from the shelf. So what's the reason? That they found those cards came from China, Chile, Mexico, and other places. And these were done by child labor, or there was no proper system followed to take care of the employees, and some of them were prisoners. So they violated the child the modern slavery rules and regulations. So the companies who bought those cards, they cannot sell those cards anymore. So see, this pressure came from the stakeholders, from the customers who might know, or anyone in the supply chain in this business. And then definitely they need to engage in socially responsible activities. And the literature already proved that if they are doing socially responsible activities, then that is having a positive customer perceptions about that company. And when you have more customers, means more sales, more money, more money to keep for future, pay your dividend, pay your dues to bank and everywhere, and you grow and you put that money for better projects in future. Now, customers
Excuse me, Mono, can you just keep it little short? We are running short of time, right?
Yeah, I will wrap it up in 5 minutes. Yeah, thank you. So definitely there are different literature around importance of or pressure from the stakeholders, but there is also a severe gap in the data, and the main challenge of calculating the impact of company activities on climate change is mainly coming from lack of robust data. So people started using natural language processing for text classification to assess the vulnerability to climate-related risk. And but sometime without machine learning and application of artificial intelligence is really difficult to come up with very precise findings to assess the quality of the disclosure by those companies. And we found that in literature in different countries that because of their reporting quality, we are not able to find out whether they are actually taking care of greenwashing or whether they are doing it or not. And there are literature related to sector specific study. There are sector specific studies, like in oil corporation, there is an increase in advertisement spending during times of increased scrutiny. So when there is more controversy, they started doing more advertisement. So there are many theories around that, like stakeholders theory, as I mentioned, then legitimacy theory. So based on all those research, we found that the main challenge here is data to analyze, and most of the data are not structured, and when it is not structured data, then we have to use advanced ML model. So what we did, we use complex to capture this complex nature of climate reporting or climate claim. We used the model which is a very sophisticated model called climate BERT model, and we took the data from 2016 to 2023 from the annual reports. We trained the model very nicely, and then we use the climate BERT model, which is one of the NLP model to deal with big data, and it learns general purpose language representation. So it learns by itself, which is really good, and can handle unstructured data. So it can, if you are writing in different section in your report and you are not sure about which section the machine should pick up, so this model is really good in that. So this is the methodology we followed, and then we tried to find out the percentage of text related to climate and environment claim in each of those reports. And we found that in construction, consumable, durables, materials, and utility sector, there is a high growth in their better reporting, and they are doing good things from 2022 to 2023, especially when this model was when the model became mandatory. And why we took from 2016 onwards? Because when a framework is going to be mandatory, then the companies are aware of that it start long back. So companies are aware of something is coming, so they start preparing by themselves. And here I know it's very tiny, but we can see that most of the industries, specifically the sensitive industries who are sensitive to climate change, they are constantly progressing and they are doing a high quality of reporting. And even this is from 2016 to 2020. And if we go to 2021 and 23, we will see a clear indication that in the very high group, there are more companies from these sensitive industries are coming under very high category, means they are doing high quality reporting. So we, in summary, we saw that there is a steady increase in climate claim, and that's a positive signal that TCFD is working. And we found that there are certain areas where we need to improve things and to capture the stakeholders' concerns. And that is kind of recommendation from our study. So thank you very much. And I know I rush at the end, but it was more technical. So the story is same like before when I started talking about the importance of value creation. And I would strongly recommend that as a research community, as a business, we need to work with businesses and we need to do more research to find out what are the challenges they are having and how we can help with our research to modify their reporting model. And if possible, even if in India TCFD is not mandatory, but part of TCFD framework is applicable, so we need to train the companies to report it properly, and that will help them to create value, because that will attract more investors, more customers, and that will help them to generate more money for future, and they can be financially well off in the market. Thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am, for your valuable insights. Now we will start with the paper presentation. The participants will receive 7 minutes to present their paper, which will be followed by 2 minutes of question and answer round. For the first paper, I would like to invite Mr. Rakshan Rahim to present the paper titled "The Evolution of SHG and Financial Performance Research: A Biometric Study." All the best. Just be ready for presentations. This way.
Sorry, I think I have to leave now. Hope it's okay. Sorry, I cannot stay for long because I have to dash off now. But all the best with your conference. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Good afternoon, ma'am. I'm audible? Yeah, okay. Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. So, my name is Rakshan Rahim. I'm a PhD scholar here in ASB Amity University. My topic is the evaluation of ESG and financial performance research, a bibliometric study. So first of all, the introduction, where the ESG is ESG refers to the set of criteria which evaluates the company's impact and sustainability practices. Yeah, okay. Okay, so my objective is to analyze the ESG and financial performance. I have searched the data source from Scopus database, and my sample size was 980 articles published between 2006 to 2024. I have used VOSVIVO for bibliometric analysis. And my analysis categories was this. I use Prisma model to identify my string, and I have used Boolean strings where I have titled the keywords ESG and financial performance, and I have used a limited subject area, and language is English, and I have used the documents, only the journals, and the final stage of selection of documents is 980 articles in total. So the data analysis I have done is the publication of year. Like you have seen from 2008 to 2024, after 2016, there is a rapid growth in the ESG performance. And I have also calculated the R, that is 0.9655. That states that it is a best fit model. And next one is the co-occurrence of keyword analysis. I have found that there are different clusters which follow ESG and financial performance, and each clusters. Sorry. I think it's sharing. Sorry. So where the blue cluster shows that ESG and sustainability, green cluster shows the performance of firm performance, and red cluster shows the investment decisions process, and the last cluster yellow cluster shows the CSR responsibilities. This is the documents, bibliographic coupling documents, where Freddie in 2015 has been developed many citations and have been significantly clusters. And these are the contributing authors where Amina Bulle and Dongyang Sung and Patrick Walt, where Amina Bulle and Patrick have received many citations among them. And the institutional contributions, University, Ahlia University have received many citations, and Brunel University of UK have received many citations. And their average citation per article was 31.43 and 18.67. The leading journals are the Business Strategy and the Environment and the Journal of Sustainable Finance and Investment, where their citations have received many. They have received many higher citations among the rest of the journals. The data analysis for countries is that in Asia and Middle East are the developing countries, so they are emerging now in ESG, while UK and US already in the market, so they have been working on the ESG from many years of time. So I am focusing on my Middle East part. So the findings is that we have to focus on the developing countries as well, like India is also a developing country. So we have to focus on ESG studies here. And the future trends will be, we can cooperate ESG with different sectors like AI, big data, and it will impact the ESG regulations, and the stakeholders can also benefit for this. So my study totally evolved in the performance of financial performance and ESG practices, that ESG is impacting financial performance, and it is also focusing on regional dynamics, technology integration, and policy implementations. Thank you. Yeah. Actually, I have not uploaded in my PPT here, but in my paper, I have used R square model that I have been generated the data, and I have seen that Y is reflecting, and the all the data is reflecting that they are good and they are fitting the model. Yeah, sure. But I have recently added that, but I thought in PPT it is not a reference, so I just removed that point. The authors? Okay, institution wise, yeah. Bahrain, yeah, Bahrain. Like Middle East is very a growing economy right now, and I am from Saudi Arab. So I have been developing in Middle East sector, and I'm involving in the research area in the Middle East only. Like my research topic is also about Middle East only, and I'm working on research papers also. No. The data is from Scopus only, but the main institution have more citations is Bahrain, the Alia University. Like they have total number of publication is 7 and total number of citations is 220. And the main college of Ahlia is business and finance. They have contributed 342 citations, where the average citation per article is 68.40. Yes. No, ma'am, I have not used any theoretical framework. I have just used Boolean strings, and I have used only was viewer and the Scopus databases. Yeah. Yeah.
But otherwise, irrespective of whether you are doing a bibliometric paper or any other paper, I mean, how are you linking your findings with what kind of a theoretical framework, which must have appeared in your bibliographic coupling and citation analysis as well?
Yeah, ma'am, sure, but I haven't explored that.
All right. And I think when you go to your conclusion slides, where sir was also mentioning
Yeah.
that, you are mentioning that because strong correlation is very, a solid term. So, and you're also saying between ESG practices and financial performance. So, what kind of indicators? Maybe you can, explore it further in consultation with your guide. So, what kind of ESG practices? Because there are lot many. There could be lot many. So, which particular ESG practice links with what kind of financial indicators, performance indicators?
Like, ma'am,
So, because these are very, discipline-centric words, concepts, I mean to say. But if you mention that what kind of ESG practices have what kind of correlation with which kind of indicator of financial performance, I think which you can further
Yeah, sure,
incorporate,
ma'am. I will
maybe.
sure take your feedback.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Rakshan. For the next paper, I invite Umesh Kumar Tiwari to present the paper titled Climate Change Impact on Yemen's Agriculture Production.
Showing only a part of the company, like she said that you're not incorporating the entire part. Yeah. Because I think this your potential journals will take this into consideration.
Hi, good afternoon, everybody. My name is Umesh. My name is Umesh Tiwari, and I am research scholar for research scholar of MIT College of Commerce and Finance. And my co-guide is Dr. James Wick. He is not listed here, but my guide is Dr. Adarsh Arora, who is also co-writer of this research paper. This research paper, I will quickly go through the background of the paper so that you understand where it comes from. So this is not an academic paper. This is basically based on one of my work, which is I'm doing it for Yemen government. And so it is a broader study which we are doing. Out of that, we took a portion of the study, which is somehow related to my research work also. So this objective of the study is to, understand climate change impact on agriculture, food, and nutrition security in Yemen. I mean, these are hypotheses which we created right in the beginning, null hypothesis and, alternative hypothesis. Climate change does not significantly affect Yemen's agriculture production. Alternative hypothesis is climate change significantly reduce Yemen's agriculture production by increasing water scarcity and altering weather conditions. This is primarily based on the secondary data. I reviewed all about, for this study, for basically for climate change, I reviewed about 25 publications and 40 URLs. Yeah, I mean articles and research papers which are not published somewhere, but they are available online. And
GPT is not a database.
No, ChatGPT is not a database, but to filter my question and to identify, reformulate my, questionnaires for the study, I use that. So whatever the AI tools or tools which I use, I have listed it here.
You are putting across, we use multiple search engines and databases. So ChatGPT is neither a search engine or a database. Why it is being listed here?
Search engine, I used it like, when I insert the key, keywords, then it also listed the number of papers which are available. And then I went to, using that, I went to the elicit.
ChatGPT's database is not updated?
No. So, okay, let me explain what I did actually. So these are.
The point here, you are putting across a thing which is not aligned. You're saying one statement above, below it is not aligned. You might be using ChatGPT, that's
Okay,
not an issue.
maybe what I have done is slightly different than what you are saying. What I have done, and you are right, but what I did, sir, I'm just give me 1 second and I'll explain you what I did. So these are the tools, including ChatGPT, I use as AI tools to see how many papers are related to, for example, climate change. And then I use that.
To say you might be using ChatGPT for your data analysis also. We are not concerned with that.
Okay.
When you're saying there is a search engine database that you use and in the list you are giving it below. So technically this is wrong. You can use it whatever you want to do. It is not required to list everything here.
But I have written search engines and database.
So ChatGPT is not a database, not a search engine.
ChatGPT is not a search engine, neither a database.
Neither a database.
I mean, AI tool we are using as a search engine, right? No.
No.
I'm
okay.
Okay, all right. I would not spend time on that. I agree with you what you're saying, and I will remove it from on the. Thank you. So there are different parameters which we use, and to start with, first of all, I wanted to understand what is the current status of the climate change in Yemen, and thereafter, what is the trend going future, and then how it impacted the agriculture activities in Yemen. So, sir, some of the information. Thank you. So Yemen has tropical, arid, and semi-arid climate along its coastal and inland area desert, and subtropical and temperature climate in highland, which is near Sana'a. with generally wide temperature ranges and 2 monsoonal, rainy and dry seasonal
My dear,
annually.
you got 7 minutes. Please understand.
Yes, okay.
Utilize it properly. Don't read the slides.
All right, all right. So when I read through that, I realized that I'll go through the summary of the slides. So when I went through the papers, we realized that basically what had happened, over a period of next last 30 years and 40 years, the temperature of Yemen has increased. Though the increase has happened and that has impacted the agriculture, but it has not impacted consistently across all Yemen. So highland is getting more affected than the lowland. So lowland is towards the Arabian Sea. The second important thing which we observed that, it is one of the most affected, country in the world. It is ranked as 171st out of 185 country in 2024, but its preparedness is also 182. So neither it is most vulnerable and least prepared country in the world in context of climate change, and which is impacting everything. So this study is basically were related to the agriculture. So that is why I focused on agriculture. Precipitation is going to, is also reducing. The flash flood, the precipitation has increased in certain area, but the point is the intensity has increased, and that has not resulted in the ground recharge of the aquifer in Yemen. So that is not adding any value to the Yemen agriculture's productivity.
Come to the objectives directly.
Yeah.
Objective I already read here. What is the objective? Okay, so so the climate change. So in nutshell, I said that
The data that you have drawn from various sources.
Yeah.
With that data.
that data is basically the research, references. This.
No, so the data that you've collected, how have you analyzed that? You've created a hypothesis, no?
Yes.
So where is the data? So data sources you've already mentioned, right?
Yes, ma'am.
So now where is the data? That is what sir is asking.
So data is too long, sir. So I have not included it. It is.
Summary to hogi.
I mean, I have presented some of the data here, how it has impacted. For example, the climate has impacted. A comparative analysis of the growth in agriculture productivity as compared to Yemen, West Asia, and world. How it has impacted. So that data I have presented, but the raw data is too big to present.
Data nahi.
Yeah.
This is not your, you have taken it from some source.
Yeah, it's from FAO. FAO state.
To understand what analysis you have done.
So the CAGR I have calculated. If you see the CAGR.
So you have calculated the last column.
Yeah, last column, and also this yield per hectare to understand how it has impacted. Like, if the yield has increased or decreased, how it has impacted.
In that case, you should have mentioned the source.
But the data is taken from that source. So that is why. No?
Okay, just one thing. How do you conclude that this is because of the climate change?
Yeah, so
there might be a lot of other factors also which might
Yes.
be contributing in increasing or decreasing of the agricultural output.
Yes, absolutely, sir.
How
So
do you conclude that?
these are based on because okay, so the water level, for example, summary, the water 90, can I have some water? So water, sorry. I'm getting.
Relax, chill.
No, I'm not.
तो कोई ऐसी बात नहीं है.
नहीं.
We are just trying to understand.
No.
कोई examination का वायवा नहीं है.
नहीं.
Need not be worried about it.
Sorry.
You still have to, you still have to submit your thesis. So this is an appropriate.
Yeah. I mean, this is helpful to understand, how you're looking for the data, and so that, in future I can just look at those angles, those points. So ma'am, so basically this whole analysis which we have done, and that is available separately in, a database I have created, which is not presentable here. It is huge database. So the database indicates there are many factors, not only this, climate change, but also the conflict. If you see the conflict, the whole country is fragmented in two parts, south and west. South is governed by.
Again, आप जो topic से divert हो रहे हैं.
हाँ.
आप climate change की बात कर रहे हैं. Just focus on climate change itself. What are the factors which are happening there? What are the things with respect to the climate change? Political conditions, other conditions need not to be part of it.
So there are three factors which are impacting. One factor is basically increase in the temperature. So
where is that table which shows that there's a temperature increase?
Okay, I have not included it here, but
You got to include it.
okay.
That is the first thing. What is the next one?
The second one is, reduce in water table, groundwater table. So it is reducing every year.
Table, again, that data has to be there.
Okay.
Third.
And the third one is basically, increase in certain part of the, country, flash flood. So when the flash flood is happening, more rain is happening in certain parts. So they're taking out the crops. So sudden flash flood, not, precipitation, which is happening, not, very mild and consistent. So it happens all of a sudden, heavy rainfall, and then it's blown out the, crops. So that is, these are the three major factors which.
Is there some pattern that you have been able to identify?
Yes,
flash
sir.
floods?
In 2002, 2020 also it happened in some portion of the country, and August 2024 also similar pattern was observed.
So your reference dates are what? From which date to which date you're taking the data and you're trying to do the analysis?
For productivity, I have used from 2000 to 2022, 23 years, data. For for other.
Why 2002 only? Why not?
Data was not available, sir.
Data was
not available because that's the limitations there. These are the limitations in Yemen, and for other things like past 10 years research I have used, whatever the research available. So past 10 years I have tried it, but most of the time you see that there is no research available. So you'll find research available prior to 2015, concrete research, or those research which are based on the data which are collected before 2015 or 2006, 2005, but based on estimation. So the data is not reliable. So the current data, there is a problem in the current data reliability.
ये जो टेम्परेचर का डेटा है, फ्लैश फ्लड्स का डेटा है, आपका वाटर टेबल का डेटा है, आई थिंक दिस इज गोइंग टू बी टेकन फ्रॉम सम गवर्नमेंट सोर्सेज देयर.
टेम्परेचर का डेट नहीं सर, उनके पास कोई तो ये नहीं है, वेदर स्टेशंस नहीं.
कंट्री क्यों लिया फिर?
क्योंकि मेरा जो पार्ट है वो डेवलपिंग कंट्रीज है. सो कई
माय डियर फ्रेंड, जिस कंट्री का डेटा नहीं है, व्हाई यू वेस्टिंग टाइम विद दैट कंट्री?
कुछ तो लेना, जैसे वहां हमारी एक
तो लेना है तो वो लो जिसका डेटा
नहीं
जिसका डेटा अवेलेबल नहीं है.
ये हमारी स्टडी वहाँ मैं एक स्टडी ऑलरेडी कर रहा था वहाँ पे. So then I realized कि why not use this opportunity to also,
You're working with Yemen for something?
Say again?
You're working with Yemen for something?
Yeah, one of the study we are doing for Yemen on, the agriculture productivity and impact of different factors, including climate change. So when you use different factors, so then many factors, including climate change. So climate change I used here because, the climate change is basically related to my topic also. That is why I used it.
Yemen government के लिए you're doing study?
No, I'm doing it for World Bank.
What?
World Bank. Yeah. So this study is bigger study. So there are many data which I mean, personally I have collected because I have been to to Yemen also, and I collected the data. But those data, they are so big, and most of the data, I realize over a period of time that they are based on estimates. What they have done in 2006, 2015, but weather conditions.
The temperature data, water table data, these authentic sources are there across the globe. आज की डेट में वो नहीं है कि इनका किसी भी कंट्री का आपको डेटा नहीं मिलेगा. You are not able to get across to that source. That is a different thing. Flash floods wala jo, that is something I'm not able to understand.
FAO is also basically, I consider it as authentic source because that is UN agency.
नहीं, वो तो FAO से तो आपको वो डेटा मिल रहा है ना.
और उसमें ये है, आपका GEF का कुछ डेटा है, तो उनके भी डेटा हमने लिए हैं. Thank you. Thank you.
For the next paper, I would like to invite Jayendra Manotra to present the paper titled An Empirical Study on Energy Demand and Decarbonization of Indian Railways.
फाइल्स में है। कौन सी होती है ये ना? वहाँ पे शो हो जाएगा ना? नहीं हुआ, एक मिनट. Okay. Good afternoon, ma'am. Good afternoon, sir. Good afternoon. My name is Jayendra Malhotra. I'm doing PhD under the supervision of Dr. Deepti Ranjan Mohapatra. He's working as a professor in ICACCF, MET University. My PhD topic is study of decarbonization of Indian railways and its financial impact on Indian economy. This is the broader topic which I am taking as my part of my PhD. Why decarbonization and why Indian railways? Why I chose this particular topic? Simple reason was the commitment of the government of India with regard to the reduction of overall by 35% from year 2005 to 2030. You have to reduce the carbon footprints by 35%. So the first commitment is that. The other commitment which Indian Railways shows was they said in one of the official website by 2028 they would be net zero. By saying net zero, that simply means that whatever the carbon emissions are there, there would be surplus carbon basins where any emissions done through the carbon emissions would be settled down. But it was highly likely that by 2030 it would be done. I was just trying to correlate with whatever the data shown was there in the website. So here comes with I'm just taking the one of the objectives of my research that was, there were three things which I was more tempting to, but I took one of that was the energy demands. The other was the passenger and the passenger and freight demand between the period between the decarbonization and the actual net result. So while I'm talking about decarbonization, that simply means that obviously it would be more of electrification. Electrification has been done by more than 70%. But what is happening is, again, the coal is being used rather than using the non-conventional way of energy. They're still using coal. So that doesn't give the net result. This is where I've come with the empirical study of energy demand. Obviously, 1.5% of the GDP is contributed by Indian Railways, and approximately by the official website is 55% of the movement in India is through the Indian Railways. Obviously, a critical driver to the economic growth, 67,000 track and a growing electrified network. This is between 2023 and 2030. So they are roughly estimating around 67,000 kilometers, right? So Indian Railways is increasing the integrating renewable energy, targeting 33% of the energy needs from renewable by 2030. As far as my study, whatever I've gone through with the research methodologies and everything, we are expecting 2042. This is a rough estimate using the trend analysis I've just calculated. I've not gone into it, but the rough calculation is not 2030. It is going beyond 2040. It has made a major efforts to lower its fuel expenses and carbon footprints. India's commitment to net zero carbon emissions by 2070. The decarbonization of Indian Railways is crucial. Obviously, this is the commitment by the Honorable Prime Minister by 2070 will be net zero as a country. But the Indian Railways must be a part of this. Gone through the literature review. I've taken the recent beyond 2020 until 2024. I've taken that. The objectives are the Indian Railways will be in full position of electrification. Combination of renewable and non-renewable energy is the pure objective. I have collected data from Niti Aayog, Central Electrification Authority, and International Energy Agency. I'm using the secondary data, not primary data, for this particular research. I've used the trend analysis. By trend analysis, it clearly states that the power demand is on the higher side. Whatever we are doing, it requires much more than what is being done on the ground level. Obviously, I was expecting 2042, but when I calculated using the trend analysis, it suggested to be year 2058. So this is beyond the expected 2042. Obviously, I've taken the data right from 2000 to 2030 based upon the data which is available online. This is the comparison of renewable and non-renewable energy demand and the supply. Obviously, at the very inception, right from 2005, the energy demand was on the lower side, but as we move towards 2030, it's on the higher side. But obviously, if you see the non-renewable energy closes to 75–80%, right? Let me come down to the conclusion. The conclusion is future prediction indicates the power demand will be nearly double by 2030. From 0% to 15% in 2023 and expected to reach by 1/3 in 2030. The demonstration is gradual but clear shift towards a clean energy. Obviously, biomass and other sources have shown limited growth and play a minor role compared to solar and wind. The reliance on fossil fuel has steadily declined from 100% to 85%. Look, from 100% to 85% by 2023. Still, we are lagging far behind. Yeah. These are the differences. Yeah, thank you.
How much resources are committed?
Sorry?
How much resources are committed in this process? You put across. There's only one table that I'm able to see.
Yeah.
Now, इसमें resources कितने committed है government की तरफ से, railways की तरफ से इसे attain करने के लिए?
It's very hard to find this particular data because नीति आयोग के पास वो data available नहीं है जो public forum पे available है. नीति आयोग के sites पे जाके देख लिया है. I'm trying hard to get into through some lawful means, but अभी तक data available नहीं है as per the official websites are concerned. वो नहीं दे रहे हैं. नीति आयोग के through जितना मिल पा रहा है वही मिल पा रहा है.
मतलब if the data is not available, क्योंकि आप तो just trend you're putting across.
Yeah.
है ना, based on one single table. So just on one table you're putting across. इसके हिसाब से.
You are absolutely correct. This is some limitations which I am facing at this moment, at this hour. You are absolutely correct in pinpointing that.
So just आपने 2 decades का data लिया है. Have you also made any classification and what kind of reasons are you attributing that the year would be 2058 you mentioned, right?
No, basis on the trend analysis. I mean, the linear equation which I have made through the demands and supply. Obviously, it's all expectations, no real cost reasons behind it. I mean, the growth of the population vis-a-vis the demand of the Indian Railways. That's it. There is no other way I can specify, and there is no other possibility as well. You cannot have a specific demarcation of exactly how much would be the demand and how much would be the financials available to the government with regard to this word called decarbonization, because a lot of hue and cry is to make sure that this is 100% by 2030. That is not possible. That is this is hardly going to happen.
Seeing your study and everything, there are a lot of limitations actually which are coming out.
Yes. The data from the government is on a very restricted websites only.
Again, I fail to understand when we know that there's restriction on the data, then why do we get into that? And this is your PhD topic.
No, this is a bit challenging, isn't it? So I have to get a data from the government authority thinking that by 2030, they are showing off in almost all the available sources where they are showing that we are going to be in a position to have a big contribution from Indian Railways. So obviously it's a challenge for me to get this particular data. Yeah. You're completely right, sir. Data is a big thing here to get the actual data.
My dear friend, the thing that is coming into my mind is
Whatever
like,
data
this is your PhD study.
Yeah.
And if for PhD study you're saying data is not available, as an examiner, my first question then why you are starting and doing this study or wasting your years into this study when there's no output that I am able to see into that. This is what I'm seeing, I'm perceiving. Any examiner is going to see in that way. If you come in front of a panel and say this,
okay,
that data is not available, then why the study? Why not some other topic? Why not some other perspective into that?
Okay.
Yeah, so please rethink onto this, because there's a lot of things that you have put across on stake because of your PhD, your time, not many things are at stake. Absolutely. Please have a relook at it, what you are doing actually.
Absolutely.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
As we are running short of time, the presenters will receive 5 minutes to conclude their paper. For the next paper, I would like to invite Ms. Shobana to present the paper titled "Assessing the Role of CSR in Advancing Sustainable Development Goals: A Comparative Analysis on IT and Oil's Gas Sector in India."
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Shobna, and my topic is assessing the role of CSR in advancing the Sustainable Development Goals, a comparative analysis of the IT and the oil and gas sector in India. SDG, as we all know, UN in 2014 announced the 17 SDG goal for the development, and along with their 169 targets and 231 indicators.
To come to your objective.
Yes, sir. While UN introducing the SDG goal, they are specified that we have a lack of like investments of rupees 2.9 trillion around, and today that is a $4 trillion for the developing countries. So in order to study that, my objective is related to the business sector, because UNDP timely focusing on and urging the business sector to contribute more towards the sustainable development goals. So my first objective is to analyze the contribution of Indian companies in achieving the SDGs through their CSR and the sustainable activities. As CSR is a mandatory from the 2013, and
Let's come to the analysis part. What all Indian companies you have taken?
Okay, I am taking a two oil and gas sector and IT sectors. I am taking 10 companies only.
Combined from both sectors?
Yes, sir. 5 each.
5.
I am taking Reliance, ONGC, PwC, Coal India, and from the IT sector, I am taking HCL, Wipro, Infosys, TCS, and Tech Mahindra. So four.
What was the basis of selection of these companies?
Market weightage, sir. Weightage. Those who are on the in top. Yes, market capitalization. Yes, sir. Sorry, sir. Yeah, market capitalization. So I am doing.
Conclusions then, how you concluded?
Sir, am I taking a 2 minutes to explain that? Yes, I am taking my study in 2 parts. Firstly, I am developing a scale to measure the sustainable performance of the companies, because from the literature review, we've got that Indian doesn't have a sustainable indices to measure the company's impact on the SDGs. So we are developing. In my first step, I am developing a SDGI scale. Uh, um, I am firstly listed all the SDG with their along with their targets. Then I am eliminating those which are not specific to business. Let's say export subsidies, national system implement करना for poverty poor people के लिए. तो I am eliminating all those. This is one example of Reliance that how I am doing that. I am taking all the SDG which are related to only specific with the business area. Yes, ma'am.
17 SDGs.
Yes,
right?
ma'am.
So have you selected any particular S because your topic, I mean, you're saying role of CS in advancing SDGs, all SDGs you're talking about.
Yes, ma'am.
And then you are doing comparative analysis of IT on one hand and oil and gas sectors on the other.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah.
So I am comparing the oil and gas sector companies' performance with the IT because these are the two big sector after the financial services sector. So I just want to know that how the business sectors contributing, and because of short of my data, I'm not able to perform like its impact sustainability, like indices impact on the financial decisions or the financial performances. So I'm just comparing the both performance.
You said that you're developing a scale.
Yes, ma'am.
So does that mean that first you'll develop a scale and then you will do
Yes,
this?
ma'am.
Is it?
Yes, ma'am. I'm taking a 3 years data from 2021 as BRSR is mandatory in 2021. I'm taking the from the integrated reporting of the companies 2021, 3 financial consecutive years, and each and every activity is mapped with each and every respective indicator targets. Like if companies are doing anything like eradication of poverty. So firstly, I'm eliminating with,
The scale that, what scale you have?
okay. In a second step, I'm developing a corporate CSR index. How the those companies are really performing through their CSR and BRSR activities are mapped with business specific SDG indicators targets. And in a third, I'm multiplying both the targets to get my corporate CSR SDG mapping index. So this is a final, this is an example of how did I do that. I'll first map all the targets and then. So in a data analysis part, I'm just doing a t-test, oil and gas sector and IT sector. This shows a significance result. And along with that, I'm checking all the 16 SDG significance level. So there is a significance for SDG 5, 7, 9, and 16. That oil and gas sector is performing better than IT sector in these 4 sectors. And IT sector is slightly better for the SDG 3 and 4. It's a more working for the digital education and others. And companies are also focusing on the net carbon zero. Each and every company have a targets like they are becoming a net zero by 2030, 2035, 2040, something. And zero liquid discharge is also a major concern of the companies. They are using innovative techniques to be net zero liquid discharge. And my implications is that these such kind of indices help the policymakers, mapping such kind of indices help to the more transparent and clear view to the business sectors that how they do more and more for achieving these goals. And it will help the policymakers also. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
For the next paper, I would like to invite Jitendra Yadav to present a paper on ESG investing, a study on demographic profile of investors.
Hello, good afternoon to all of you. Good afternoon, sir and ma'am.
My topic is ESG investing, a study of demographic profile of investors. Now I am pursuing a PhD under the supervision of Adarsh Arora sir, ICACCF, MIT University, Noida. And introduction. According to social investment firm, nearly 15% of professionally managed assets in the India directly toward socially responsible investing, with the growth rate of these assets that of the broader investment fund market by 6 times, and currently approximately 2.7 trillion is allocated to socially screened funds. And given the growing significance of SRI, it is important for the investment community to understand the target demographic of those interested in such investment. And the abstract is the aim of this paper is to explore whether individuals investing in socially responsible investment exhibit a distinct profile and whether that profile significantly differ from that of an average investors given the increasing prominence and scale of socially responsible fund and investment.
Come to the objective.
Sorry, objective mentioned नहीं हुआ slide में. Yes, ma'am. Okay, my demographic hypothesis. The research explored the relationship between 6 demographic factors: age, gender, wealth, employment, education, and marital status, and socially responsible investing. And this age, although the several studies suggestive a negative relationship between age and socially responsible investing, and none have found this factor to be statistically significant. Therefore, our hypothesis is that SR investor will not differ in age from non-SR investors.
What test you have applied on it?
Uh, Ma'am, just
How you
test.
proved your hypothesis?
Sir, with the help of questionnaire, sir.
The question is a tool for collecting the data. How you analyze that data?
With the help of t-test, sir.
Conclusion, just show the conclusion.
Did the p-test over here on the PPT?
No, ma'am.
What you have identified out of p-test?
The data summarized.
चलो ठीक है जी.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
For the next period.
Okay, very good afternoon, everyone. So the topic of my research is trailblazing innovation through ESG, a bibliometric study and roadmap for sustainable growth. With the paucity of time, I will directly go to my research methodology. Therein, my research objective is being that how has research in the domain of ESG and innovation evolved over the years regarding scientific output, thematic breakthroughs, scholarly contribution, and prospective thematic directions. Therein, I have utilized the Scopus database and 218 documents I retrieved from that particular database. I have applied the Prisma approach also for the systematic literature review. In addition to that, I have used the critical framework that is micro, meso, and macro framework, so that I can, because that will be very new outcome we can get, because I have all the 218 documents. I have classified into these three categories so that we can have all the view from the at the firm level, from micro framework, at the companies level, industry level, that will be from meso, and at the macro for the government regulations and policies. So that all the three levels we can identify. So this was being my performance analysis, that how the production of all the documents were there, like at the 2020 it was at the peak, maybe because that can, one of the reason can be the COVID, because at that time most of the requirement was being highlighted for the having socially responsible, for doing something for economies development, for planet. Then I will so this is the one of the three field plot Sankey diagram I have retrieved from bibliometrics R Studio. VO Studio I have also used, R Studio I have also used. So herein we can see that China is one of the country who is basically in domination of production of all the documents, and even they are doing the research in all of the top 10 keywords, that is green innovation, ESG performance, sustainable development, financing constraints. So they are available in every top 10 keywords. And this is the most influential publications. Then I will directly go towards my thematic analysis, which is I have done by dividing all my 214 documents into 4 categories: micro, meso, and macro. And so these being the thematic analysis and mapping for all those 3 categories. Now I will would like to highlight my conclusions and research gaps related to these 3 categories. One will be the micro level. At micro level, we have identified that more of the behavioral aspects, more of the technological integration related, and leadership type of leadership influence and the cultural differences type of studies must be conducted in future. Similarly, for meso level, we have identified that how the supply chain integration and how the investors' expectations are being influenced by all the ESG's ratings and their studies. Then at the macro level, we have to focus in future for more of the global ESG trends. What will be the economic impact for these ESG ratings, as well as the performance that is being published. And these will be my future directions. That is, I have come up across from my study that at the micro level, more of the experimental and longitudinal studies must be conducted. And at the meso level, more of the benchmarking framework must be developed individually also, and so that we can have a good ranking in that how they're performing environmental wise, how they're performing social wise, how they're performing governance wise. So that must also be done. So this is the summary of my major findings. So that who have been more influential journals, countries, publications, authors, and co-authorship status.
Good. Just one question. Your title was very interesting: Trailblazing Innovation.
Yes.
How do you came to this trailblazing?
Trailblazing means the innovation also, the how innovative we can be.
Which innovation you can see the trailblazing?
So green innovation is the majority of all the papers that are inclined towards the green innovation. So more innovations like technology innovations were also there. Like I will show you my this keywords analysis, wherein green technology innovation, financing constraints, digital transformation, and green innovation majorly, they were all working majorly towards this particular aspect of technology.
One thing more, मैं आगे पहले slides आपने जो दी हैं उसमें आपने ESG and innovation लिखा हुआ है.
Yes, that was my keyword selection. I have here incorporated ESG plus innovation together, and then I run my query on the Scopus database and then collected the data where I am trying to identify how they are performing with innovation in relation to innovation.
Innovation within ESG framework.
Yes.
This one. But ESG and innovation, when I see it over, this means two distinct things.
Yes,
You're trying
that
to
is why I have
identify-
yes, that is why I have added together so that I can we can analyze that how they are actually bringing more innovative things. Like when we talk about at meso level, how the manufacturing or service industries working towards innovative ideas, so that the supply chain can be more better, and they are in line with the more ESG activities. So that is what basically I am trying ki how the innovative things they are doing in relation to at environmental level, social level, governance level. So that is why these two keywords are, and these are the novel thing actually. Thank you. Thank you. For the next presentation, I would like to call Subhashini Singh. Please come and take the presentation forward. Last one, Subhash.
वही तो
A very good afternoon to everyone present here. My name is Shubhangi Singhal, and the title of my research is A Comprehensive Scoring System for Quality Assessment of Integrated Reports, a scale. I have also filed the patent for the same. So I would like to begin my presentation by giving you a brief about as to what integrated reporting is. So in 2010, International Integrated Reporting Council introduced this phenomena wherein the companies were required to publish their financial data and non-financial data into a one solitary report. So we all know about financial data. It is the income statements, notes to accounts, etc. But in order to know about the non-financial data, IIRC also provided a framework with 8 content elements, 2 fundamental concepts, and 7 guiding principles. Now here we talk about why this concept is aligning with the theme of this track. Under the 8 content elements, IIRC also urged the companies to report their governance and their environmental factors as well. Under the 2 fundamental concepts, the IIRC asked the companies to report their value creation that they are doing throughout their report. And in order to address the remaining S, societal issues, we have developed our scale in accordance with that. So previously also, in order to judge the quality of the integrated reports, since this is comparatively a new phenomena, the stakeholders are not very sure of as to how do they know which report is good, which is better, which is excellent. So in order to address that issue, our framework has been devised. Previously, certain scales were also developed by Pistoni, Vitola, Barth, but they were not short of their limitations as they failed to consider the comprehensive view of the report. So this brings us to our research objective, which says to develop, the objective of the study is to develop a scale that considers 360-degree view of an integrated report, assigns a number as per the quality of information provided, and provides a definite answer as to what is the quality of the actual report. So in order to develop these the content elements, the second refers to the fundamental concepts, third refers to the guiding principles, and fourth refers to the other factors. So for the first section, we refer to Churchill's method of scale development. divided into 4 phases. For first phase, we did extensive literature review and generated about 51 items. After that, we moved to phase 2, which was the inductive approach, wherein we did expert survey employing all the 10 integrated reported professionals, and they helped us eliminating 5 more statements. And then we pursued EFA, exploratory factor analysis. You can see the results of EFA here. We calculated our KMO to be 0.745, which is not very excellent, but adequately good sampling amount. This, since our constructs were predefined by the IIRC, we needed to confirm that. And we confirmed that with the EFA results, as all these statements were put into the constructs as per the requirement. So this is also the EFA result, as you can see here. After that, we were left with 36 final items, and we moved to phase 3 to confirm these items, which was CFA, confirmatory factor analysis. Under CFA, we were left with 31 items. 5 items another were removed because of the questionnaire that was circulated and the responses that we achieved. This is the result of the CFA. I need to move quickly, so I cannot explain this at the moment, but you can see this. All the values were achieved as per the norms. Hugh and Bentler and here et al. Then this is the model validity measures. We calculated construct reliability, AVE, discriminant validity, all were achieved as per the norms. Since some items were removed in CFA, we again collected samples and did data validation, and the model finally fit the data. So this is the scale that we actually devised. These are the 8 content elements and the statements that are segregated. This is the second section of the scale, third section of the scale, and fourth section of the scale, where we address the remaining S of ESG. And in the second section, in order to know if the values has been created throughout the report, we have given certain parameters where the user can report from 0 to 3. In the end, just 1 minute. In the end, we have also given a decision table. So just to conclude, this is how we are aiming to measure the quality of the scale by providing dichotomous questions also, and by giving 0 to 3 options also. And this is also very important for the stakeholders' point of view, for policyholders, researchers, investors, and industry experts. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
As we come close to this insightful session, I would like to take a moment to express my heartfelt gratitude to our esteemed session chairs for sharing their experience and valuable perspectives on this research paper presenters. Your insights have enriched our understanding and sparkled meaningful discussions. I invite Dr. Sandeepa to present the chair with their certificates.
23-24 के नाम से होगा ना, इन्होंने सेव नहीं किया है गेस। ICACCF कॉन्फ्रेंस हमारी ट्रैक 2 इसमें भी नहीं है, ट्रैक 3 में भी नहीं है, इन्होंने सेव नहीं कर रखा है, इसमें डाउनलोड्स में भी नहीं है, ये है ना क्या ICACCF की ना, हाँ सर
I request Sandeepa ma'am to give the certificate to Ashok sir. Thank you, sir. I also invite ma'am to give the certificate to Mrs. Thank you, Geeta ma'am. We would also like to present our participants with certificates. I request Dr. Geeta and Dr. Ashok to hand over the certificate to the participants. Rakshan Rahim. Please clap. Umesh Kumar Tiwari. Jayinder Malhotra. Okay, he's not here. Shobhana. Jitender Yadav. Preeti Singh. Subhashini Singhal. Sorry, Subhangi Singhal. I'm really sorry. I request everyone to join us in the concluding session. The Best Paper Award will be given in the session. Thank you once again. Please move to F2 auditorium.
Yeah. मैम मेरे पास ये एक मिनट है। आपका बैग